Good morning, this is Dr. Robin Beeman for the Great Barrier Reef and Coral Sea. This expedition is northern depths of the Great Barrier Reef, and today we are diving within on the steeper flanks of Wishbone Reef. And Wishbone Reef forms the northern arm of a very broad bay called Wreck Bay, and it's an area that we've been mapping over the last 24 hours. It's revealed a very spectacular seafloor, and we've chosen this site off Wishbone, the steeper flanks off Wishbone Reef, for our 400th dive on the SuBastian. So big happy birthday day today, quite a significant milestone for the Schmidt Ocean Institute. I'm sure through the remaining dive today, we'll hear more about some of the adventures of SuBastian. Since 2016, I believe, was when the first dive happened off Guam, I've been told. And we've got,
I believe that's right.
So 400th dive today. So we'll keep referring back to this because the SuBastian would be one of the world's most advanced scientific deep water ROVs, and we're very fortunate to have it here with us here in the Great Barrier Reef. We've just started this dive, landed on the seafloor, and as we do in all of our dives, we would like to get a push core, so a very short sediment core, at wherever we start the dive, and that allows us to characterize the seafloor, the soft sediments of the seafloor wherever we're diving. So we're just setting up now to land on the seafloor at a depth of 513 meters and get a couple of sediment samples. And just welcoming some of our regulars. Kat, we are in, fingers crossed for a Nautilus today. We're definitely within the depth zone. During the daytime, Nautilus can be found. So let's just keep our eyes peeled for any Nautilus. And Kat is a Nautilus enthusiast like the rest of us on board. Also welcoming Dougal Lindsay. Dougal is from Jamstec in Japan, and he's our principal investigator specializing in plankton. So we hope that Dougal can shout out to any of the interesting plankton, both benthic and in the water column jellies that we see throughout the dive. We're also planning to do a dedicated midwater dive towards the end of this leg that we're on. We're on leg 2 of northern depths of the Great Barrier Reef. It's quite a long expedition. It's 47 days. Leg 1 was from Brisbane up to Cairns, and now we're almost at the tail end of leg 2, which has taken us from Cairns up into the very far northern reaches of the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. And really the focus of this expedition has been in this far northern area. It's a section of the Great Barrier Reef which is very remote. Few vessels come up here. There is certainly merchant traffic that uses the Great Barrier Reef Shelf for transiting in and around Torres Strait, but certainly in these offshore deeper waters of the far northern Great Barrier Reef, very little systematic seafloor mapping has been conducted, and no ROV dives had ever been conducted in these deeper waters until the Falkor, this Falkor expedition. So we're very fortunate to, this is our 8th dive now for this expedition, and we really are getting quite amazing insight into the deeper northern waters of the Great Barrier Reef here. And we're joined by John Pognoski, who is one of a team with Will from CSIRO in Hobart. It's great to have you joining us, John. We don't have any fish taxonomy experts on board, so we really appreciate all the help we can get, both from our experts ashore, and of course non-experts. Everyone has a contribution to make here, and I think that's what makes these dives so entertaining and educational.
The last dive was certainly a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun on the last dive, and we hope to continue that vibe throughout the remaining ROV dives. Yeah, the aim is to have fun, but also learn at the same time. But yeah, I was just saying, I really enjoy it because I'm learning so much.
Absolutely.
It's this is so different to your typical blue water ocean research expedition, and I've been on lots of them. But you typically go out with your team. Everyone's an expert in their field. You try and share as much as you can, but it's completely contained within the ship environment.
Yes.
So no one ashore really knows what you're up to until you've come back, and then you write reports and tell people what you've done and write papers and all the rest.
I don't think too many people outside the science party read cruise reports.
No, that's right. They're fairly dry, of course. But all these things we still have to do anyway. We do have to write reports, and we do have to write scientific publications, and because this is the aim of science is to communicate your research and expand the knowledge that we have. And so we still have to do all this, but what is terrific is to be able to share it real time. Oh, there we go. Happy 400th.
Congrats, Sebastian.
Yeah, so got some. We'll keep referring to this 400th dive, and just looking at our ROV team here, we got Chris, Cody, and J-Rod. They've probably been on pretty much as a combination all of these 400 dives. So maybe we'll hear from J-Rod and Cody and Chris through the day about some of their significant dives they've done in other parts of the world. So that's always of interest, because in the operations room next to us, J-Rod's got his desk set up with his monitor, and he's got this rolling screenshots, and they're from pictures taken all around the world, and they are truly stunning. So it'd be great to hear some of the stories about some of these other dives in different parts of the world. Okay, so we're just moving up to our first waypoint, target around about 510 meters depth. So we are really on the floor of this wreck bay. Wreck Bay, very prominent bay, easily seen in Google Earth. If you find Cape Grenville on Cape York Peninsula and just look due east of that, Wreck Bay lies about 80 kilometres due east of Cape Grenville, and it's a very large circular bay. It's quite unusual. It's probably the most prominent bay of, it's shaped by the circular arms of the reef that surround it. The bay itself is about 20 kilometres in the north-south direction and 15 kilometres in east-west direction. So Wishbone Reef is the northern reef that bounds this bay. And I guess we'll get to have a look at some of the 3D mapping that we've done in the last 24 hours. Quite spectacular. So we've chosen this site here, down on the floor, and we're working our way slowly up to what appears to be about a 50-60 metre high pinnacle lying at the base of the steeper flank of Wishbone Reef.
This is not it.
No, it's just a lump of rock, but any lump of rock on the seafloor is interesting because it's typically where you get lots of sessile marine life growing.
Yeah.
I always say geology controls biology.
That's right.
I'm sure the biologists would disagree, but yeah, I'm sitting in the audio seat, so I can say what I like.
Yeah. If you want to build a mansion, you've got to have good foundations. Geology is the foundations for every habitat, really.
Yeah, and of course this is quite classic. We see the soft sediment. That's not to say that animal life isn't here in the soft sediment. It's just very different. Oh, this is a gooseneck barnacle. Can we just zoom in on this gooseneck barnacle that's on the left here? This is a crustacean. It doesn't look like much, but of course when it's a smaller Nauplius or a juvenile drifting the water column, it looks a little bit like a shrimp. But then it settles on the seafloor, and they create, these particular ones are gooseneck barnacles, and they're just quite tall. The filter feeding antennae are sticking out, and the whole top of it is a series of calcareous plates, and it looks quite big, you know, like those plates. When they break up, they look like large fingernails. So we've just turned the lasers on. They're 10 centimeters wide, so this gooseneck barnacle is about 5 centimeters tall. The lower half of it is soft, like leather, and pretty interesting animal.
Yeah, well, I have to remind myself that they're a crustacean.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they don't look anything. There it is.
Yeah.
It's got its filter feeding antennae out now. So this is just an extension of its head, which lies inside this these plates that are joined together like a set of hands joined together. And you can see the very, very fine hairs around the main branches of the antenna, and you know, being sessile organisms, just waiting for whatever is swimming past. The stony type barnacles that you see on rock walls and things in harbours, when they're filter feeding, they are like scraping the water, like they're constantly flicking it in and out. Those guys just seem to put the filter feeder out and leave it there.
Good morning to Jeremy Horowitz. I know that you're watching. I can see some messages coming through on our internal chat.
Yep.
So we'll have a little look around here.
Yeah, that's right. Just a bit of a browse. We've got plenty of time today. And a shout out to my brother Greg, watching from Kia Ora in Sunshine Coast in southern Queensland. Great to have you with us, Greg. We're at 500 metres down, so half a kilometre down in Wreck Bay of the far northern Great Barrier Reef. And we are going to be sampling today.
Yes, thankfully.
Yes, we've managed to get a revised permit from the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, and a shout out to Sybil and the team there in the permit section, who've been very flexible this year with dealing with the Falkor and all of the issues around the COVID crisis. It has been quite a difficult thing to get these expeditions up and running when most scientific expeditions around the world have been cancelled.
Yeah, that's right.
And we're hearing amongst other colleagues, some of these vessels are now starting to head out to sea, but for the most part of this year, very few research vessels were operating anywhere in the world except for the Falkor.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and so we're having to do this mix of virtual science with principal investigators who are ashore, and and try and get a science team on board. So
yeah, so a logistical exercise that you usually take a couple of years to plan, we've managed to pull together in
just weeks,
less than a month.
Less than a month, yeah.
Thanks to mammoth amount of coordination and organisation and logistics from everyone involved, from Schmidt Ocean Institute and the RV Falkor crew, ourselves as the scientists, the permit, the Marine Park Authority with the permits. Everyone's just really pulled together to get this expedition up and running.
Yeah, we're nearly up to about 3 weeks out here at sea. Been very productive. The ship is working 24/7. When we're not diving, we're mapping, and we'll we'll show you some 3D maps in a little bit. We're just kind of getting familiar with what we're seeing on the seafloor here.
So we're going to continue on towards the next waypoint. For our colleagues that are watching onshore, we are making our way towards a quite large outcrop. It's about 60 metres high in topographic relief, hard surface. So we're making our way towards that, and when we get there, we'll stop again and have a good look around on that one.
So our target species is really the corals. So the deep water corals here, they're well below the photic zone. So these corals are cold water corals. At 500 meters down, we're talking about 9.9 degrees Celsius at the moment. We're also looking for sponges. In fact, there's one right in front of us there. It's got a little feather star on top. So this is this Faria hexactinella sponge. It's a siliceous sponge. We've seen lots of them.
We've seen quite a lot of those, and we've collected one or two previously.
That's right. So we are really looking for kind of new or unusual specimens. We have had quite a good sampling regime before this dive. So we're always careful about what we collect here. Everything is very targeted.
Yeah.
One of these, one of these crabs, they've got a hat. You know, we've seen them with anemones and zoanthids and corals. There's a nice, good-looking squat lobs there sitting on top. Big rounded style boulder here, Marty. So in this Great Barrier area, we're seeing lots of these smallish pinnacles scattered across the landscape, and we're keen to have a closer look at what they are.
Just say good morning and hello to Bob and Gail McNeil. My parents are in Alexandra, New Zealand. I suspected that you were probably watching a few of these dives, but I see that you're on the Facebook comments this morning. So hi to you. Beautiful warm day out here in the tropics. I don't know what it's like at home in Alexandra at the moment. Yeah,
it's lovely here at the moment. It's the water temperature at the surface is about 27 degrees. The winds drop right down. It's cloudy, but you know, it's very, very pleasant. And good morning to Emily Twiggs from based in Perth. Emily's been following all the SuBastian dives right as part of the whole Falkor series of expeditions around Australia. So Emily's with EOMAP, a Australian-based company that specialises in satellite drive bathymetry, and in fact a lot of the 3D bathymetry mapping data that we've used to compile 3D depth model of the Great Barrier Reef has been provided by EOMAP, so very grateful to collaborate with EOMAP there. So just having a chat with our colleagues ashore. We have a number of communication tools to reach out to them. So not only through the live chats through YouTube and Facebook, but we're also running Slack here, which gives us we can text each other very, very quickly about whether samples are to be collected or not. And I'm noticing some of these boulders are quite smooth.
Quite rounded, quite smooth on top, aren't they?
Yeah, and the only way you can really do that is through erosion, you know, to you know, smooth off the edges. So as you know, we put our marine geology hat on here to try and explain the landscape.
What have we got here?
What is that?
Is it a cuttlefish?
It's a little squid. It's a little.
Oh God, it's so cute! Look at the size of it.
That is amazing. It's like a little, brilliant hummingbird. Let's follow this for a while.
Dumbo squid, did you say, Dara? Dumbo squid?
Oh,
dumpling squid.
Dumpling squid. Oh
It's,
God, even the name's
trucking along. Yeah, but look at the shine on it.
Ridiculous.
He's showing his back to us. Tiny. I mean, it'd be what, 2 centimeters across?
Yeah.
its eyes are almost as big as its body here.
That's how I feel every time we have a meal on
Yeah,
Falkor.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah. The breakfast buffet here on the Falkor has been really outstanding. It's a great way to start the morning. This guy's moving pretty quick, and we're just trying to get a focus on it. Beautiful colour, little fish down, little scorpion fish, I think. Sorry, John, we're going to follow this squid. Just trying to get a focus on it. It's tricky. If you can just hold still for a moment. Yeah, it is tricky.
Very, very small, very small.
Yeah, so I mean, most of the time we're on auto focus, but something that's sitting out from the water column like this, we have to. It's quite a juggle, and then they have to manually try and focus the camera on it.
Wow, gosh.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Great job.
Look at that. It's exquisite, isn't it?
Yeah. Just adjusting the lighting.
It's a pretty good start to the dive.
Just like every dive, there's something that's just wow.
Yeah. The last one was pretty good. I mean, we had a lot of these coral-toothed squid follow us on the way
Yeah,
down,
that were
but
big.
I'm
Much bigger than
very,
this.
very pleased about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, the skills of our ROV pilots, I mean, not only are they amazing pilots and technicians, but they're also videographers and cinematographers as well.
Yeah. You can
Look
see the
at that.
photo folders,
Wow.
the little dots all around
Look
them.
at that. God. That is exquisite. Yeah. Cephalopods are just amazing.
Very tricky. So the SuBastian's the size of a large car. It's
Yep.
over 2 ton, I think, and we're hovering
In
with
three-dimensional space.
three-dimension. Well, the ship's moving, of course. It's half a kilometre down, and we're looking at an animal that's it's swimming pretty actively in, maybe only 2 centimetres across.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Okay, they're working hard here to try and
Yeah.
stabilise.
There we go.
Look at the
Oh, eye. Gosh.
Lost it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, just off in distance. And then there's the wash from the RV. Yeah, it's not. This is a very difficult thing to do.
Oh. I thought there was another critter coming in on the other side. All right.
All right.
Thanks, guys. That was
Well done.
spectacular. Thank you.
Very good start to the dive. I guess that's the thing that's amazed me. There it is, just disappearing off left. Is the cephalopods.
Yep.
Both here and out in the Coral Sea. Like seeing the Nautilus from the Queensland Plateau dive, seeing how many there were there. Every dive we've seen some kind of cephalopod of a kind, and I would never have thought that we would have this many down in the depths. So when I go scuba diving in the Great Barrier Reef, occasionally I'll see these giant cuttlefish.
Yeah.
I have seen the day octopus occasionally, but very hard to spot because they're so well camouflaged. I've never seen a blue-ringed octopus on the Great Barrier Reef, even though I know they live there.
Yeah.
and you know
fairly
that's
cryptic, aren't they?
yeah, that's right. And I've
crevices and under rocks and things. So
yeah, I mean I've done 30 years of diving on the Great Barrier Reef, and you know you just don't see these things
Yeah.
very often. You occasionally see schools of squid, you know, in the
Yes.
shallows.
Yep.
Can be
Nice little
quite common.
urchin there. Lots of rubble on the seafloor here.
That urchin's trucking along.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we might just be approaching the base of our 60-metre boulder outcrop pinnacle, whatever it turns out to be.
Yeah.
So we knew that this feature was here. We saw it show up in the multi-beam echo sounder, the seafloor mapping that we've been doing for the last 2 days, day and night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a bit of dead coral here.
Yeah.
Now, it could have in fact slid off from higher up in the shallow waters, but just the structure of it makes it looks a bit deep water
It does,
coral to
doesn't it? I
me.
thought that too. That sort of framework of
That really open. The open branched
Yeah.
shape, whereas the corals you find rolling down slope from the shallower coral reefs tend to be more robust.
branching, but still more robust than that.
Yeah, I think
Here
we're
we
on
are.
our big pinnacle here, Marty.
Yep.
Yeah. And so we got this sort of pattern of this dark brown. This is a ferromanganese oxide covering. Really what we're interested in is the rock underneath. And so it might be that it's just too hard to snap off. We may get a smaller boulder.
Yeah, we'll look for a piece that's jutting out or sticking out. So whilst our colleagues have got their eyes peeled looking at sponges and corals, we've got our eyes peeled looking for an optimal place to grab a rock sample.
Yeah, and we should
We
have a
will
bit of
need
a
to
bit of
zoom
a
in on
wander
some of
around
this
this. So we're going to have a closer look at these.
yellow things up there.
Ah,
Anyway, we'll better look at these.
I wonder if these are these toilet roll sponges that Merrick pointed out some time ago. If they are, they look just like a toilet roll's been stuck on the seafloor.
Yeah, right. So I guess we should have a close look at some of these soft corals / whatever these are.
Yeah. Yeah, what a difference that white balance makes. So they have to keep doing this through the dive as the different depth zones change.
So I've never heard of toilet roll sponges before.
No.
Some great names. isn't
Yeah,
there?
no, I don't think this is one of those. They're bigger,
Okay.
and we saw them out at Osprey Reef, I think,
Okay.
in deeper waters, but they were, yeah, it just looks like someone had plonked a toilet roll on the seafloor, but they were sponges, a bit more thick than those. Look at this sort of depression here,
yeah.
Marty. So one of the things that we've been seeing in our in the 3D mapping is an underwater landscape that to us looks as if it's been eroded by fresh water with really large channels carved into the seafloor. Now, we've talked a lot about channels over the time, but then to get a really obvious
Is that coral frame?
channel in hard rock,
That is coral
that is
skeleton.
framework coral there.
Yep.
Do you see the
Yeah, you can see
the ridging, the
Yep.
polyps?
Wow.
Okay, well,
Can we collect the whole
yeah,
thing? Can we
yeah,
take the whole boulder?
we need that entire boulder, thank you.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that is
okay,
really obvious.
definitely
You can see the
coral.
polyps, the
Yeah,
sclerites.
Septa and
Septa.
vesiclements.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay, that is interesting. Yeah, we
If
definitely
you
do.
could break a bit off. Nice big shrimp hiding in the hole there. That is classic. That is one large colony.
Wow.
Now, how well do you know your fossil corals, Marty? Could you tell me
No,
what that is?
badly, but I know that Luke is watching.
So, is this a favid? Are we looking at a favid coral
Question for Luke
colony here?
Notiff, I know that you're watching.
Because
Jodie, if you're watching.
yeah, our other colleague Jodie Webster is a world expert at looking at fossil coral cores. You know, he can look at a 200-meter long core of a coral reef and
Yeah.
take you through all the different genus and species,
That's right.
and because then they can start saying whether they're a deep water coral or shallow water coral, and in this way they can resurrect old sea levels.
That's right,
by
yeah.
knowing the age of the coral from age dating and knowing
And
whether it's a shallow
shallow
or deep.
water.
They can talk about the age variation as these corals record their records of sea level change.
Yeah.
You know, that is locked up in their skeleton, just like tree rings on land.
Yeah, so for sea level reconstructions, you have to know that the species of coral is a shallow water coral. Otherwise, you know, it could have a range of 100 metres and that's going to screw up your sea level curve. So we're going to try and get a piece of this.
So most of the boulders we see, there's kind of a big amorphous mass, and they've all been weathered over a very, very long time and covered with marine life and ferromanganese oxide. But this face here, for whatever reason, is exposed, and you can really see
Yeah.
the internal coral colony
Yeah.
structure.
So a suggestion for Luke is that it could be a goniastria.
Goniastria, okay, that's good.
So that gives us
Oh
something to
yes,
start with.
look at
Oh,
that.
Look at that.
Perfect.
Yes,
Well
have
done,
that,
guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can see how it's broken off
Let's
the
have a look
edge,
at that.
and it sort of splays out the different as the corallites expand out.
There we go. You can see
Oh,
all that
yeah.
structure of the skeleton,
Yeah.
coral skeleton there.
So we're looking at a cross section through that,
Yeah.
and
That's
if you're
right.
looking in over the top of it, that would be that's how the branches grow downward or outwards.
Where would you like this?
Might as well start with 1A. Thank you.
Yeah. So Luke's saying possibly Goniastria, and if you're scuba diving on the Great Barrier Reef, the Goniastria have these really obvious exposed polyps. So during the day, a lot of the shallow corals we're talking about here, have their polyps are retracted, and the zooxanthellae, the internal zooxanthellae, do most of the work photosynthesizing. So the corals get a lot of their energy from that internal symbiotic algae. The Goniastria is one of these corals where you can be swimming along and the polyps tentacles are completely exposed.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So we're not suggesting that this coral was growing here at this depth at 500 meters, but quite possibly when sea levels were lower, or in fact the seafloor was higher up in the water, it's subsided.
That's
is
right.
what's happened
That's
here.
right.
So
Yeah.
what we have
Wow,
is
that is
shallow
amazing.
coral that has grown within the photic zone, perhaps the top 20-30 meters of the seawater, the water column, but over long geological time the whole seafloor has depressed, and we're seeing lots of evidence of this now, aren't we?
We are.
And in the mapping, and
Mapping
also
just looks stunning.
we're seeing limestone down at 1,000 meters depth, which could really only have formed in shallower waters. So the whole edge of this northeastern Australian continent has subsided over long geological time, and we end up with, we have evidence of shallow water corals as part of these big boulders, pinnacles that we're now mapping, half a kilometre down. Thanks, gents. So it's almost a karst-like landscape when you
That's
have these big pits and
Yeah,
holes.
dissolution pits.
Yeah, and so you need fresh water.
Yep.
You need limestone to be exposed to fresh water. You
That's
get this karst.
Carbonic acid from
Yeah.
the rainwater.
Yeah, we
can
call
get
it a karst environment. So
wonder where
K-A-R-S-T.
Pick up some of these fragments of this.
Yeah, now this looks like deep water, cold water corals.
There. I mean, this is
And
not
above
living,
us
it's
too.
dead, but
You see
yeah,
how
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
it's accumulating here?
Yep. I think we should pick
Yeah,
up some of
guys,
that.
could we just come in under this ledge and pick up
We'd
some
just
of
like
this?
to pick up some of this branching coral rubble. Yeah. Thanks.
So we're just talking about, or we just took a sample of what looks like shallow water coral. So that's now forming the base of this big pinnacle. But growing on top of it are all these cold water corals, and they don't have any zooxanthellae, and they live down in these depths naturally. But in places, when they break off and fall into big heaps, this is what we have in front of us.
Yeah.
And we've seen that in other parts of the Coral Sea too, where we have this accumulated deep water coral, and it becomes its own little habitat, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So lots of
creates
little micro holes and
cryptic
things like that.
cavities and things
Yeah.
for other critters to then colonise. Yeah. I'm just imagining if all of this was lithified together in one core, and you were trying to log that core and examine it, and you
would
have
be
all
very
these, you've
confusing.
got shallow water corals and cold water corals together in the same core. That's all the puzzle, pieces of the jigsaw
Yeah.
puzzle that we have to try and put together.
Because it's the beauty of the SuBastian, which allows us to get that vision
Yes.
before you collect it.
That's right.
Because many of the expeditions I've been on, where you're just dropping a big chain bag onto the seafloor, rock dredge, and dragging along the seafloor, hoping for the best, but you have no idea of the context in which it's been collected.
Correct. Yeah.
Joe's saying this is an alopsamia. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that.
A little bit of anything?
Yeah, fairly good chunk of this stuff.
Yeah. So an alopsamia is a genus of a type of cold water coral that you find in these waters. It's found pretty much all around the world, actually, in these deeper, cooler waters. So it's a scleractinian, it's hard, right? So this is a hard calcareous skeleton, tend to be slow growing. It does not have zooxanthellae in it, right? This is not a shallow water coral at all. There's a really good collection there.
That's right. Tom Bridge is actually wondering if there's zoanthids.
No, I'm pretty sure these are an alopsamia.
You can just chuck them in 1A with the other one if you like, Jared. Thanks, Dougal. Dougal's saying it looks interesting for something with a backbone. Okay. Dougal studies the soft, squishy things. On the last expedition, we just about managed to turn Jeremy into a geologist. So if we can convert Dougal, I think we've done pretty well.
Well, yeah, it just shows how great the education is. I mean, I was astounded at the plankton.
Yeah, sure. While the box is open, yep.
Because usually when you were doing these dives, we're pushing straight to the seafloor and you just charge straight through that mid-water zone.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you know, when you have time to linger and really look and have someone who knows what we're looking at describing it, Yeah, it's
been
completely,
fascinating. I think Dougal's just about converted us to
into
mid-water
plankton enthusiasts.
enthusiasts.
Yeah, but there is a lot going on this this coral rubble. We got sponges and all kinds of things growing on it. So it could well have been sitting here for many years, providing its own little habitat. But from here, these samples will allow us to fully identify what species is the coral is. We think it's Analopsamia, and also the marine life that are using it as a microhabitat.
All right. That's great, thank you.
Yeah, I think we should continue
Keep
looking
going.
around,
Yeah.
looking around this pinnacle.
Keep our eye out for carnivorous sponges. Another great cruise blog that went up on the cruise website this morning from
Amanda?
Amara and
Yep.
Dougal about siphonophores.
Yeah.
So you can go to the Schmidt Ocean Institute. Our cruise webpage is Northern Depths of the Great Barrier Reef, and you'll find a series of blogs there that we're continually adding to.
So the inset's just showing the mapping that's been done by the Falkor over the last 24 hours, and that grayscale view is the backscatter imagery. So it's not the depth data so much as the texture map you get. Oh, there's a black coral in front of us.
So take a look.
And the
I think that's one
pinnacles
we've
are
seen
these
before.
little bright flecks on the base of Wishbone Reef. We'll talk more about the mapping in a little while.
So we'll just pause here while we zoom in on this black coral and see if our colleague Jeremy is watching, whether there's any instructions on this one. It does look similar to things that we've seen before, but they all look pretty similar to me.
Yeah, but at least we're identifying them now.
Yeah, and
Like,
seeing where they are, like
Yeah.
what types of substrates and depths and things.
so we've spent a lot of time with Jeremy over the last year actually, because I did my first expedition with Jeremy out on the Tasmanian seamounts in the Far Eastern Coral Sea Marine Park last year, and we were on board for over a month, and we didn't get one black coral in all that time. But I got to know Jeremy quite well, and so he's been part of all of these Falkor expeditions, including being on board for the previous one, which was the Seamounts, Canyons and Reefs of the Coral Sea expedition. He couldn't join us on board for this current one, but he's joining us from ashore and helping us select black corals for sampling.
Okay.
There we go, for our fish people. Haven't seen a lot of fish yet.
No, not
Got it.
compared to the previous dive where it was fish everywhere at the bottom of the dive. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
we got a glimpse of a scorpion fish when we were looking at that dumpling squid.
No.
Thanks, Will. Will White is one of the other ichthyologists, fish taxonomists from CSIRO in Hobart, Tasmania, Australia. So we were saying it's an epigonus. We're just having a closer look at this coral in front of us.
It's a question about all the little tubes. What are the little tubes? I'm assuming that they're probably polychaete tubes. Is that what they
Yeah,
are?
possibly. We'll have a bit more of a look at that. So some of the rocks we've pulled up in the last few dives, Marty, they've got a lot of polychaete
Yes, and
tubes on them.
Yeah, calcareous ones. So they're-
Yeah. So the question is, are these soft? You know, if they're soft, they could be some other animal entirely.
Sorry, is Jeremy online?
Yeah, he just got on. I think we might take that black car off the store possibly.
Okay, the one we were at before.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think, Marty?
Just seeing. Don't know.
Is it possible to go down to that black car or do we have to deposit?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead and move up to it. Marty.
Back to yeah. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, lots of sponges here, lots of corals. And here's our inset view. This is the mapping we've done over the last 24 hours. So Falkor's very efficient. It's a 24/7 operation. So even while we're sleeping, there are people on the bridge mapping, and this is Wreck Bay. So we're diving on the steeper northern flank of the bay against a reef called Wishbone Reef. And you can see this quite spectacular, we're calling it a plunge pool. That steep cliff there is about 300 meters vertical height. The top of it's around 800 meters, it drops down to about 1100 meters, and then there's another deep plunge pool down to nearly 2 kilometers deep. So we're diving on the inside part of Wreck Bay, just at the base of this Wishbone Reef. So the aim of today is to climb up the pinnacles that we're seeing here, and it's clearly limestone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's confirmed now.
Definite. Not only limestone, but coral framework.
Coral framework,
Yeah.
limestone.
Yeah.
And we're going to aim to get into the mesophotic zone through the day. So later on this afternoon, we'll climb up as high as we can safely run the SuBastian up into the shallower parts of, into the mesophotic zone as we've mapped it. So you can just see as we're coming into view now that big bump at the bottom, that's the pinnacle we're on. There we go. It is just got the inset back again. So we've just started the dive and we're climbing up over this.
Still got a long way to go.
Yeah. It's about 60 meters high.
Yeah.
So this is the 3D mapping from the sonar overnight, and we're having a bit of a wander around this pinnacle. We've confirmed that its origin is shallow framework coral. That was pretty amazing to see that. And then we're going to go over the bump behind it, and then through the rest of the dive, we're just going to continually climb up into that mesophotic zone.
This black coral looks like it's got a critter living on it in there. Looks like there's a bit of current there today, blowing things around a little bit.
There was a bit more current today. It was about 0.6 of a knot. So part of the whole operations of getting the ROV in the water is the weather. Everything just has to be right. If the surface currents are too strong, we don't dive. And we've had a few instances where, it's just the conditions are not right.
Yeah. Since we came north of that, or from that sort of Clack Canyons area onwards, we haven't been too troubled by the currents. It was more when we were really in the EAC.
Yeah,
that
the
was-
EAC
caused us a lot of
just cranking along,
Yeah.
you know, well over a knot, and we had to abort a number of dives there. But this in this far northern Great Barrier Reef, if you can imagine the South Equatorial Current is this giant surface water flow. It's coming out of the east and it's heading directly towards Australia, and the first real big barrier it hits is the Great Barrier Reef. The southern arm of it, it splits, and then the southern arm of it becomes the East Australian Current, you know, just as it was described in Finding Nemo. And then there's a smaller northern arm called the Coral Sea Countercurrent, or the Hiri Current, and it just splits and heads northwards towards Torres Strait and Papua New Guinea, and it's this slow clockwise gyre of warm surface water. So we're sitting in that Coral Sea Countercurrent or the Hiri Current, depending on which scientific publication you read. It's around about 0.6 of a knot, so for us that's quite manageable for deploying the SuBastian. Is this a freeze one, Marty?
I don't know yet. Jeremy needs to have a look at both sides of it and then make a decision on.
So Jeremy's saying it's a Hexapathes black coral.
Okay, so no, that's just can go in a bio box.
So for the biology sampling, we've got two ways of preserving them. One is the sort of standard into a bio box, and they get pickled in ethanol. So it's like a strong alcohol, and it preserves most of their tissues, but the DNA can break down. We're working with the Sanger Institute, I believe, that Jeremy is collaborating with to do full genome testing of deep water corals, including the symbionts or animals living in and around the branches, and those samples will be flash frozen in liquid nitrogen, and that's to fully preserve their DNA. So the aim is to get a full genome sequence from the whole animal and any small animals living on it.
You're saying it's a new species for their collection for the Museum of Tropical Queensland.
Great.
Push down.
Okay.
There's a lot going here on the steeper face there, Marty. It's some yellow solitary corals just over on the right.
Just enough. Keep moving up.
Yes. Thank you. All right, we'll continue moving up this say small pinnacle. It's 60 metres high, but it's small relative to where we'll be travelling to today.
Yeah, but we should linger a little bit around here, Marty. There's lots going on. I think once we're past this big pinnacle boulder, we'll be on a fairly
It's
flat,
sandy
sandy
bottom
area.
until we get to the base of the reef base.
Yeah, and then it'll start climbing steeply. I mean, we don't really start seeing things change in that mesophotic zone until we get past perhaps 100 metres depth. But the conditions out here are really nice at the moment. It's the wind has dropped down, and it's very comfortable. Perhaps not for the guys working on the upper deck.
It's hot and humid out there at the moment.
Complaining about how hot it is. I live in the tropics here in Cairns, which is about 500 kilometres due south of us, and yeah, you only at this time of year you only have to be outside for about 15 minutes or so, and you can start getting sunburn.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what we're looking at with that Tideman Knoll, Marty. Remember that first really big pinnacle that we mapped, that we visited down at Clark Canyons, which is a couple of 100 kilometres just south of us. Oh, nice squat lobster here. Can we just have a closer look at this? This is a hard coral, a sclerotinian coral. We're looking at one face, the smooth one side of it. The actual polyps will be on the other. Joe, if you're watching, I wonder if this is a living Analopsamia cold water coral. Let's have a closer look at this guy. Big squat lobster. Back off, buddy.
Just wondering whether this cold water coral is something I should probably collect for Yusuke, given that it's in such good condition.
Well, perhaps we should. It is living, and we did want some living portions of cold water corals. Yeah, if you can come around, thanks, Cody. So what we know is the currents are sweeping in from the mouth of the bay, and they are heading in from our perspective, from right to left. So it's interesting that the coral has its polyps pointing. I guess it's no surprise. It's pointing in the direction of where the currents typically flow. So the currents are flowing into the bay at the northern end and probably doing like a counterclockwise eddy within the bay itself.
Yeah. Is it alive or not? Yeah.
Doesn't look alive, it's saying.
That bit.
Ah, yeah,
that bit
okay.
there.
Ah, yeah, you can see the polyps coming out.
Yeah. Don't know. I think we'll pass on this one.
We may see a better example later. So we're not sure. Parts of that may be dead, and we're just looking at the exposed polyps, and others might have been colonised by zoanthids. And Chris is now in the driving seat. So we got Chris, J. Rod, and Cody.
Ready to go.
Yeah, thanks. We're just having a wander around this this big pinnacle. Fish interview there.
So I'm wondering about this coral pinnacle and whether this is in situ, an emergent pinnacle that's in situ, and we're seeing the remnants of it, or whether this is something that has been transported here, as a sort of a downslope block. But I think it's I don't know, it's more looking like it could be in situ.
I think it's in situ. It's just so big, Marty. I mean, we're not seeing any evidence of landslides here, and just the sheer scale of it says to me it's in situ.
Yeah.
But we are seeing this karst-like
Oh,
environment with,
definitely, yeah.
you know,
It's definitely been exposed.
runnels and little pits and some fairly big cavities and things, which is more likely to be eroded when, you know, when it's exposed to air.
So that first rock sample that we collected, that was the framework coral skeleton. If this is an in situ pinnacle, that's a really, really important sample
Yeah.
that we've collected there.
But the surface looks a bit like that Tideman Knoll pinnacle that we saw earlier, where we had almost like a crust on the outside, and where it was exposed, there was this white rock underneath.
Yeah, there was, but it wasn't the obvious clear coral skeleton structure, structural, you know,
The framework coral.
framework and the septa and disciplements and what have you of the skeletal structure in the coral skeleton.
Wow, all over this face.
Amazing.
So we've looked at these already, haven't we, Mo? These are soft corals. So octocorals
Yeah.
mostly, but because there are some scleractinian harder corals in amongst them. So not far from where I live in Cairns, there's a place called Chiligo Caves, which I like taking the family to, and it kind of looks like that environment, you know, this karst cave-like environment. You get this smooth sculpting where
It's
fresh water, rainwater has carved in through the rock, and it carves because it dissolves the limestone. So rainwater mixes with carbon dioxide in the air and it becomes a weak carbonic acid, and this is what eats away at limestone, ultimately leaving caves behind. Oh yeah, look at that sculpting.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Now this can really only happen being exposed to air.
That's right.
Yeah, so this is a karst environment, so K-A-R-S-T. Anyone familiar with limestone caves would know what I'm talking about here.
Fits in with our thoughts about these waterfalls and plunge pools being
Yeah,
formed in a subaerial
subaerial air,
terrestrial
air
rivers,
exposed.
You know, fast rushing rivers, carving out those canyons and plunge pools from the waterfall.
Plunge
really.
pools and cavities, and leaving lots of great little microhabitats for animals to live in. I can see some fish in some of these holes. Yeah, we do like these overhangs. There's some nice cup coral over here. A few squat lobsters. Oh, spider crab just down here in
Yeah,
the centre.
yeah.
I always think it's amazing you've got this SuBastian's big as a car, and you could just, it's like ducking your head under a little ledge to have a peek into a
Peeking into a dark
into a
room.
hole.
Is that a
Oh, nautilus shell.
on the bottom there?
Nautilus shell. Woohoo. It looks kind of fresh. It's still got all its pattern on it. So we saw a live nautilus.
We've seen one, haven't we? We've
Not
seen
the
one
last
live
dive, 2 dives ago.
before, and it was quite small, and it was, well, sleeping, we think.
Sleeping, yeah, it wasn't
That's what they do
moving.
during the day.
Yeah. And as we got closer to it, we lost it in the sediment,
That's
didn't
right, yeah.
we? So we're not going to collect it, we're just having a look at it. And there's a cowrie shell just over to the left
there's
here.
two. Well spotted.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got a few mollusk shells sort of falling down into these lower depths here. There's another cowrie just
Yeah,
to the left of it.
Yeah, it's quite well
Yeah.
hidden, isn't it?
Yep. So I mean, they've got a really obvious shape. It's quite easy to identify. Okay. So it's interesting. We've got a whole bunch of mollusk shells just accumulating here, but we have seen places where out in the Coral Sea where nautilus shells have found in a clump on the seafloor. And we don't think that's because there was some big mortality event and a whole lot of them died, but probably just ocean currents have swept and they accumulate in a particular area.
There's a question on the YouTube chat about the chambers in the nautilus shell. Do other creatures live in the discarded nautilus shells? So,
We haven't. I don't think we've seen any, but that's not to say they couldn't be there. I mean, like hermit crabs are
Crabs
using
and things
all
will
kinds
pretty
of
much
shells.
take
But
any opportunity.
yeah, well, we actually did pick up a dead nautilus shell the other day as a sample, and it was empty. Yeah.
On the previous voyage, we collected a spectacular new
Oh,
black coral
yes.
that was attached to a nautilus shell.
Yeah. Now there's a different. That's a bit of a tweak on
Yeah.
the idea. So it wasn't taken over by some crustacean, but a black coral had attached itself to it.
So it must have been the only hard substrate in that area, and a black coral found its way there, settled and attached itself there.
That was amazing, actually.
Yeah.
When
I think it was one of the first, or one of the very early collections, actually.
Yeah.
That happened to be on a nautilus shell.
so we were picking up the black coral, and as it was being pulled up out of the seafloor, the nautilus shell was attached to it. So that's gone to the Queensland Museum.
We might head back towards the transact and keep continuing on towards our waypoints.
Come after this.
Yeah, there's more of it ahead of you on the way to the next waypoint.
Yeah, that's right. The nautilus are related distantly to the long extinct ammonites that used to roam across through the Devonian Silurian age. Many of them died out at the Permian extinction, which is around 240 million years ago. When I did my geology undergrad degree, one of our field trips is west of Townsville, and you can go out to a Devonian reef. And I remember walking across this now a dry landscape of, cattle roaming around and things like that, and kicking over a rock, and there was this beautiful ammonite,
Oh, really?
Ammonite
Oh,
fossil
fantastic.
ammonite, sitting there on the sea
Yeah.
surface, on the ground, which would have been an ocean, over 300 million years ago.
Yeah. And of course, the nautilus themselves are a living fossil as well. They're
Yeah, they.
cousins of the ammonites, but they've been around for sort of almost a similar
What have we got here?
period to geological time.
Namadumbo. Oh no,
what
was it a hatchet fish? Just had that real shiny look about it. We're just having a closer look at this little fish here. There's a nice little gastropod over
Yeah.
on the right. Quite cute, our fish people, if they can tell us what we're looking at here.
Been very
Just-
relaxed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just drifting along, hitching a ride, not expending too much energy today.
No, it's having a good look at us though.
Saturday? Saturday? Filefish, question mark. Oh, hi Daniela.
Hey Danny, it's good to have Danny with us. Danny's one of our principal investigators, part of this expedition, has been joining us on all of the expeditions. Danny's a coral reef ecologist, and perhaps if you're not too busy, Danny, as we get up into the mesophotic, we might get you to join in on the audio commentary from where you are. So we'll just see how things going. We're starting down here in about 500 meters over these pinnacles, these obvious pinnacles, and then we're going to work up into the mesophotic zone through the remainder of the day. So as we get into the shallower waters, it'd be great to have you join us, Danny.
That's Danny.
Got a few big cup corals here, and nice fish sitting in that little nook and cranny. Brisingid sea stars. You know your sea star now.
Sea star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have that really
Orange, that
distinct orangey colour. Yeah, you can't miss them. And at the Tideman Knoll, our first dive up here in Cape York, they completely rimmed some of these little excavated holes.
That's right,
Like
yeah.
like a fringe of sea stars. Really spectacular. Yeah, so Tideman Knoll was interesting, wasn't it? We had, as we got to the summit, there was a school of giant groper and these Brisingid sea stars.
Yep.
So the
And,
groper,
and some snapper. Were they snapper?
uh,
Snapper and groper. Yeah.
yeah, well, they're just
But
very
the
large
groper
cod.
were enormous.
Yeah, 1
Some of
metre
them were
long.
over a metre. When
The contrast was amazing, having big fish next to a whole lot of sea stars.
Yeah. As we approach the top of this pinnacle, if there's a jagged, sticky-outy bit of rock, we might grab it on the way past as well, towards the top of it.
Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, I think we'll have some options here. There we go. Big spider crab. Just back off.
Tough guy.
They're pretty bulgy, aren't they? Every time you get in, they always bring their claws up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a challenge. We've got bigger claws.
Yeah. If we want to get serious about rock snapping, we bring out the left claw. There we go.
It's our claw. So we're at 460 metres now. We're 30 metres higher than where we took the previous coral sample. So
Yeah.
another one here.
You know, and our preference is always get a nice fresh, say fresh face, you know, something that's a little bit deeper, so you have to break a piece off. Otherwise you're just getting all of the, you know, whatever's grown on the outer surface. Yes, our last dive, we had quite a collection of rocks, didn't we?
We did, yes.
If anyone was watching, we had this big slab. It was just huge, and we had to kind of shove it in between
Here we
the
go.
bio box, and we got it on board. It was spectacular, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah,
if
that's
you can get
a bit small.
pick of these, yeah.
Yeah. We're a bit spoiled after that slab. Something like this is a
We've
bit,
set the bar pretty high now.
yeah. Because it was perfect for us. We got enough of the rock size was big enough that we could break it ourselves here on the ship and get a really good look at the inside part of it. And we're pretty sure we're looking at
Yeah,
line-stone.
for sure. It was limestone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all the evidence so far is in these deeper waters that there is this large drowned reef province,
Yeah.
really extensive. It runs for several hundred kilometres north-south, and up to 20 kilometres wide. And there are these drowned reef pinnacles growing on top of this big slab of limestone carbonate
platform.
ledge.
Yeah. So we've been scratching our heads for a bit, haven't we? Trying
Yeah,
to figure out
trying to figure it out.
timings and geological time periods and when these events may have happened. We won't really know. I mean, we've got to get these rocks back to the lab and
Yeah, you do age dating on
Yeah.
things like that.
where we can.
But
yeah.
what we're leaning towards is this is a Miocene reef. So Miocene, back millions of years, when the Australian continent first moved into warmer tropical waters after it broke away from Antarctica. And, we can go back to about 20 million years ago was the first time this northern part of Australia first got into those tropical waters and coral reefs started to develop. So the fact that we found these very, very extensive drowned limestone or carbonate province says that we're talking very old geological
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
much, much older than the present day Great Barrier Reef.
Oh, millions of years older. You can see that in the condition of the rocks. They're very weathered, very eroded.
And then when you see this karst environment, it takes time to have, all the variation in sea levels to expose that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are talking millions of years old here.
Chat going on YouTube at the moment. Don't forget zip ties. You can fix anything with duct tape and zip ties. There we go. Can we get a piece there?
Yeah. Sorry.
Get a really nice clean chunk. So if we were a geologist on land, we would pull out our geological pick and snap off a bit of outcrop
Yep.
to get that fresh looking face.
Well cemented.
It's tough though, isn't
It's
it?
hard, yeah.
We've found this, we've tried drilling it, breaking it. We haven't tried cutting yet.
No.
The guys have got a pretty impressive workshop on board the Falkor, and usually present a problem to them, and they'll come up with some kind of solution.
Something to try.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's see how we go.
So we
here.
had a drill, like a wide drill with teeth on it. I think we ended up polishing the rock, if anything, with that one.
We did, yeah.
So our best method so far is really to bring out the big claw and try and snap a piece off.
What's that? Can you put down something?
So we've got a really good question here. Does anyone know when corals first developed their symbiotic relationship with zooxanthellae algae? I know who could answer it. Tom Bridge.
Tom could answer it. Luke could probably answer that.
Yeah.
Or Tom.
This is really good question.
Yeah. Question is, when did the symbiotic relationship with zoox and phthalates and coral develop?
Yeah, I don't know myself, but Tom is he is the curator of corals at the Museum of Tropical Queensland, and they're doing a
just
big
typing something.
biogeography project with Project Phoenix, which is to revise the taxonomic tree for acroporas
Okay.
and many other shallow water corals. And so, you know, that's a really good question. It goes to when coral species really expanded,
Yeah.
and I would think that a lot has to do when that whole symbiosis
That's right,
started.
being in that shallow water, shallow photic zone. I mean, the whole, that's so that the symbiont can photosynthesize. It's not that the coral animal itself is photosynthesizing, it's the zoox and phthalates that are photosynthetic.
Yeah. So another one of these like hatchet fish, these silvery hatchet fish drifting over the. All right, well, we're just searching for a good place to snap a rock off, and then we'll have to start moving along.
And
Because the transect's about 800 metres
Yep.
long.
Yep.
All of our transects are planned to be under 1 kilometre. Otherwise, you know, we'd be down here all day. And we're trying to do kind of 7 hours from deck to deck,
That's
you know,
right.
off the deck and then back on the deck 7 hours. Otherwise, it ends up being just too long a day for everybody.
yeah.
Yeah, so Marty McNeil, myself, Robin Beam, we're going to drop out of audio and hand over to Vicky, I believe, Vicky Lowe from University of Queensland. Marty and I have got a Zoom meeting. There's lots of things that happen during the day.
Yep.
It's just
The other work in the other
All-
real world doesn't
all,
stop. Just
that's
because
right. We have to fit it all in somehow, because this is great to be able to watch. But we'll go off to our meeting
Yeah.
and we'll
Be
hand
back a little
over.
bit later.
We've got a science team of 5 here, myself, Marty,
Yep.
Vicky, Valerie,
take it, Gerald.
Cornett and Joan Lee. Valerie and Joan are postgraduate students from James Cook University, and we'll all be taking turns throughout the day here. So we'll hand over now.
All right, good morning everyone. It's Vicky and Joan.
Good morning.
I'm from University of Queensland.
I'm from James Cook University, and I just saw my friends got onto YouTube channel. So good morning.
All right. So we're exploring this little bowl here. I spent the night on the data for the mapping. A little too late.
Wow.
Cleaning up the data, but it's worth it. Now we can have a look what we were looking at on the maps last night.
So usually for an area like this, how long would it take for you to clean up the data?
It depends on how deep it is. So if it's a really complex landscape, the data can be quite messy, and all those pings that come out, they come back, and sometimes they can be all over the place, really messy, and we've got to take all of that, what we call noisy data out, so we get a nice clean sea floor. But in deep water, it seems to be messier. In the shallow water, it comes back relatively clean, but yeah, it still takes a while. Oh, we might get some rock from here. Yeah, that does look a little easier,
There's
actually.
another hatchet fish. I thought
Yeah.
I'm so excited with the bobtail squid this morning. Everything that is reflecting. I'm like, is that another
Yeah.
squid?
Yeah. Yeah, this does look a little easier to get some rock from.
So with the data, is the noise comes from the water column, the planktons, or
It can come from a few different things. If you've got a big school of fish, that can show up in the data. But it's usually to do with the sediment and how consolidated it is. And it's also got to do with the angle that we hit it at. So if we hit it at a really low angle, it can bounce off. The shrimp's not very happy with
yeah, you're
with
destroying my roof, my shelter.
Yeah, so if we're in shallow water and we get a good angle, it's nice and clean. Truth be told, I was actually looking for wrecks last night. We know that there's a couple of wrecks in here, and I was very keen to find them.
So they're like in the record that some of those ships sink around this area, but people
Yeah.
never find it. Wow.
Yeah. Almost got it. I was secretly hoping for a wreck dive today. I know that wouldn't have happened even if we did find one.
But it's still cool just to have a map with a vessel shape on the map.
Yeah. Once we get the backscatter, we'll probably be able to see it a little better, and we'll be able to target.
So do you think we covered that area? It's there, just need more data cleaning?
Yeah, I think so. We've had a question who's operating the ROV right now. We've got Chris and J-Rod on the ROV.
Yeah, that is from my friends. So truth to be told, I'm here just doing the commentary. I'm not really doing any ROV operating right now. Thanks to our team here, we have plenty of tables to do different jobs.
No, Cody did a shift change, so we've got Chris. Chris changed out with Cody. All very good drivers. Very gentle.
Start the fan club.
Yeah, I think we've got a fan club for the ROV pilots.
Where are you gonna let this go? Marty says take the whole thing. Yeah, where at though? Be right back.
Which Bible? Which box? Can it fit in my box too? Yeah, into two, maybe.
Box 2, please.
I think this dive and last dive we got plenty amount of rock.
We did.
Yeah.
Last dive we caused quite a few avalanches as well. I think this time we'll be a little safer with that. Not as much sediment here. Yeah, the last dive we did, we ended up with a huge slab of rock that we just had to sit on top. We couldn't fit it into anything.
Ooh, there's another crab or a lobster coming out.
Yeah.
Looks like a cleaning shrimp color, but walk like crab.
our 400 flag
Yeah.
for our 400th dive. Yeah. 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 No.
This is our celebration.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure it'll go through the rock.
Will it stay there?
It's farther later, I just want to put that rock underneath.
Oh, okay.
That's
Cool.
temporary.
This is just a temporary maneuver of all of our stocking in that box and the rock we're going to pick up.
So this will go back in the sediment later. This is just a temporary placement. No, we've got two pilots. So we've got Chris is driving the ROV and J-Rod's on the arm at the moment. Hey, Dad.
Valerie and I were talking yesterday because it's the 400th dive, so we watched the never-ending story
Yeah,
so that we
that's
can
right.
yeah, so we can understand the full history of Falkor, where the name is coming from, and the lucky dragon. I finally got to know what it looks like.
Yeah, all of the characters. Aren't the tenders on the ship named after other characters as well?
Yeah, there's a horse.
The horse and the boy.
Orange, which is the actual amulet.
Oh, the amulet.
Yeah,
Which one is the amulet?
what saves.
Ah.
I've never read it or seen a set. Sorry.
Oh wow, somebody's got here the first test dive for ROV SuBastian live stream was on the 4th of October. Or is that, hang on, is that the 10th of April? I can
That is a
never
good
tell.
question. If it's Jason from Michigan, then I would assume it's
10th of April. The first test dive for the ROV, was it in April or October?
Of what, 2016?
Oh, 10th of
6/15.
April 10, there we go, thank you.
Oh, I thought they said it was June. That's why it was being long. June.
Flag goes back in. Yeah, it is easier if the number's above 12. Makes it a lot more obvious. Yeah,
And there we go.
we've all signed it.
Oh yeah, we will do the dates with us.
Who actually made the
Alex.
Alex made it. So yeah, we've got the fitters and turners on board, and they can do all the metal work for us. So yes, it was made a few days ago on board.
And everyone got a chance to sign at the back. So we temporarily all leave our marks at 455 meters right now.
Yeah.
Can we still close that ball box?
The rock's not coming out, so.
No.
Nope.
It's not really moving forward. I don't see the flag.
Tetris in Buy a Box 2. Yeah, so it's very hot and humid here today. I walked outside this morning to get some fresh air, and as soon as I walked out of the door, my sunglasses fogged up instantly with the humidity. So it's
Yeah.
Rob was saying it's a beautiful day outside. I think it's a little too humid for my liking.
And also the last 2 days, I think is the first time during this trip that it rained a little bit.
Yeah, it
and it's
did
very
rain.
cloudy.
Yeah, it has been raining a little bit.
Sometimes it's so easy to forget what time it is in a boat, because if we're just deep down inside and we're not aware of the time passing over and how it's like outside with the sun, with the wind.
Yeah, it's nice to get outside and remind yourself that it is daytime out there. The sun does shine even though we're down here in the control room.
Yeah, I felt it because yesterday I was spending whole day riding, and then this morning when I went out on the deck, and I felt, oh my god, it's really bright, even though it's cloudy, but it is still very
Yeah.
bright.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's my dad. I think Dad's been watching every one of these actually.
That's so cool. I took a little video clip of last time when Gerald took an inset in that, like right now. Hi. Yeah, and send it to my parents because they don't have access to YouTube.
Yeah.
And they're super happy.
That's good. That's good. All right. So we've got two like pinnacles that we're going over today. I'd say boulders, but they're a lot bigger than boulders. And they're just on the base of the wall of the bay. And there's a few of these around that we found on the maps last night, but these two looked quite interesting. So, plus it's in a position where the ship can be safely positioned while we dive.
And also just on this big rock, it has these two types of corals, which I think is one is soft and the other one, Tom was saying before, it might be a type of zoanthid or it's a type of hard coral, which we're not very sure, but they always like grow with each other, not far away.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the weathering patterns on this are very interesting. Transect. We'll see what we can do for you.
we do have a transect, and we're on the transect right now between the second waypoint and third waypoint. I'm not sure how many waypoints in total are we having this dive. Nobody knows.
Quite a few. Yeah, about 10 waypoints.
So we're like 15% done now. So if you want to plan your shower, I'm not sure because we cannot predict what we will see in the next 85%. So just guess.
I'm going to guess that after these two pinnacles, there's a flat section, and then we're going up the wall. So after these is probably the time for a shower, I would say.
Do you say the same as mine?
No. No, I'm not saying that.
Let's come on. After this.
We've certainly been seeing some very big corals over the last little while, with a few dives. We'll see what happens in here. It's a little bit different in here. We're not along the outside of the reef, we're in a little bay. So the oceanography in here is a little different, and the circulation of the water is a bit different. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any difference in the kind of communities that are growing in here.
But last time we were a bit deeper. We were around 1,000 to 600, but this time we started at around 500 meters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a slightly shallower one, this one.
But all this like surface of the rock looks so interesting. To me, this even like I'm not an expert with rocks at all, but to me they look like an asteroid with all these concaves and all the structures on the surface, and also big overhang. And
Yeah, it's quite an interesting. All the formations in here are quite interesting.
and especially the first area that we stayed for a long time with the coral skeleton, it is really clear to see the corallites structure on top of that rock.
Yeah, really clear. Yeah. It almost looked like there'd been a boulder sitting in there and it had moved, and all of a sudden we had this fresh surface exposed. But yeah, it's good we got a piece of that.
There's a long white
Yeah.
tube of something.
What's that? Yeah, it does.
Yeah. That looks like a bamboo skeleton somehow, because there's nodules.
What have we got here? Got a few interesting things.
We've got a fish just sitting
Got
there.
a really old nautilus shell there.
Yeah,
That one's not in very good condition.
not at all. And is that a gastropod or is it an octopus? It looks like a little gastropod.
We'll, I think the guys are going to zoom in on that and have a look.
I think that's definitely a bamboo. Not sure skeleton or.
It's a dead one.
Yeah. We have a request from YouTube if we can zoom on the fish. Yeah, I think. I feel like it's dead.
Yeah, it's an old shell. And the fish.
It's not shy at all, not moving.
Nope, just here. Just sitting there.
Look at its eyes. It's like wearing a polarized sunglasses. Sebastian's light is too bright for it. And our-
Anemone. Alright. Let's see what else there is. There's a lot of dead coral around here.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's
But it is a good news showing corals are existing in this area. Oh, look at that sea cucumber. And especially by seeing that bamboo skeleton, Jeremy will be happy because we are looking for some bamboo corals during this dive. But of course, alive ones, not really just a skeleton.
seesaw. Nice echinoderm there. Epigonus. It's good that we've got fish people online because,
Definitely.
yeah, I don't know much about fish.
And especially remembering their scientific name is so hard for me.
Yeah.
When they're typing on the YouTube channel, I feel like they must have like a whole encyclopedia in their head, and it's so easy for them to go through the glossary of terms just to figure out what it is called.
Yeah. What do we got? What's making all that sediment plume? Encyclopedia of Google. Google is handy for that. Alright.
That's a long. Can we zoom into that coral, the whip coral, a little bit? Because it looks it's a bamboo and it's alive.
That's what Jeremy was after. Yeah, you're right. We'll just
Possibly. Can we zoom into the polyp first?
So we're just waiting for Jeremy.
This morning he's working in the lab, but he enabled his notifications so that we are.
Just take it.
Yeah. He's looking now. I think he would like a really nice close up to the polyps if possible. Yes, bamboo coral, it is indeed an octocoral. But compared to other octocoral, it has this specific
Flash freeze.
Right. How much of just the
as much as we can put into the quiver.
Alright, so this one's going in liquid nitrogen, so it's
Yeah.
going to be a part of the genome
Project.
project.
Yes.
What's that?
So you can see how big it is.
Yeah, and just coming back to that octocoral question on YouTube, the polyp count is still the same with 8 tentacles, but the one big difference, as you can see, this coral is a very good example, because towards the end, the skeleton is exposed. It has a black nodule once segmentation there, and that's because their skeleton is not same as hard corals that are usually calcium carbonate, but they're part of calcium carbonate, but part of the other skeletons is made of another chemicals, so it's not fully hard coral.
Right. So we'll put this in the quiver and then seal it off. And then that gets frozen as soon as it comes out of the water. We take it off and rush it into the lab, and it gets snap frozen straight away.
Yep, and we have another good explanation on YouTube's the exoskeleton in the bamboo coral is calcite, but in stony coral is aragonite. But it's a little bit on doesn't want to get into the quiver.
It's trying very hard to not get in. Yeah,
There we
nice
go.
work, guys. So I think we were saying on the last dive, when all of this stuff comes up the water, because currently the water temperature is 11.5, which is actually a lot warmer than what we've been diving in. We've been diving down to about 4 degrees. When the boxes come up, we have to put our hands in and get everything out.
Yeah.
And my hand went a bit numb the day before the last dive. The water was so cold in the boxes.
I can imagine. Just the last steps. We need to put the cover on. There we go.
Sealed and ready to go. first quiver for the day.
Yeah. Jeremy must be very happy because he's been asking us, saying, we need a bamboo coral, we need to find one. And here we are. I think this is only the second one that we found through all these dives.
Right.
Yeah, we've got plenty of sponges, especially yesterday on that rock. It's like a sponge heaven.
Yeah, we got plenty of sponges yesterday. Big ones, very big ones. It was difficult getting them out at the end of the dive. Alright, let's see what else we can find. Alright, so we've just hit waypoint 3. We're on our way now to waypoint 4. So you can see where we are here in this big dish, a big bay, just on the northern side. Just making our way over the boulders, over the pinnacles, and then we'll head along the seafloor across to the bottom of the cliff face. So you can see where we've come already. We've been exploring the top of this pinnacle here.
Yeah, it is quite a lift at the bottom of the seafloor.
Yeah, it is. So we're making our way up to the second one now. It's not quite as high. Good.
So usually on top of this boulder, would it be a bit sandy, or it really depends on the shape of the boulder?
Depends on the shape. If the slope is shallow enough to hold the sediment, then yeah, it'll be covered in sediment. Otherwise, we'll find it's quite rocky like this. So then we'll head up to that mesophotic zone up on the cliff face and see what we can find there.
There's another dead sea star is coming. It's a really chubby sea star.
It is. These are quite pretty.
Yeah.
And another one, so yeah, that we've got
Yeah.
quite a few of these today. Yeah. Have we got any interest in that one? The
Not
sponge?
really. I think that is, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we've got some big squat lobsters up there.
Yeah,
A couple of them.
At this depth, the squat lobster really gets some color compared to
Yeah.
the deep sea ones.
Yeah, the brilliant white ones that we were seeing a couple of dives ago. What have we got here? Yeah, I think sticking with the never-ending story theme is a good idea.
Now we're showing the angle from sit cam and side cam all together. Yeah, the situation camera, you can see we are really climbing this hill.
2 squat lobsters sitting there. Nice little. Yeah, he's waving. I say little squat lobsters, they're not that little.
No.
They're a decent size. Spiny urchins there.
There's another crab.
Yeah.
This type of coral really likes this kind of rock surface.
Yeah, an exposed surface rather than and steep, rather than that sandy, muddy surface. So we're currently at about 455 meters and temperature's 11.5 degrees. And it's a very calm day today. We're sitting in this bay, as you can see. We don't have much swell in here, and there's no wind either, so it's a very calm day today. Yeah, the temperature's climbing as the morning draws on, and oh, there's a ray. Ooh. Sorry guys, that was in one of the other cameras that we can see. Yeah, there was a ray up on the top of this. Looks like I was the only one to see it. maybe I need more coffee this morning. No, there's definitely one right there.
But there's definitely a lot of different types of hermit crabs. Is that a hermit crab or is it just a lobster? It's a hermit crab. It's a hermit crab with a very weird
One of the,
yeah. What is it called?
he's got a decorator. Wears his little hood. It's like we saw one earlier in the. Yeah, it was anthered or anemone. We saw one earlier in the dive. We've actually seen quite a lot. of
Usually
them.
the zoanthid are like branched ones with, yeah, but this one is quite unique.
Got a little gastropod in there. It's very different to the dives that we've been doing. Oh, little mini squat. Yeah, most of the dives we've been doing, there's been loads of sediment, and we will get to that after we come off this. But for the rock face to be so smooth, it's very different to what we've been seeing.
Especially this white gorgonian is like especially in favor of this type of surface. As we're climbing up, there's just like more and more of them.
Yeah, there are.
Top is right here.
We're at the top, just about. Yeah, it's a very unusual erosion pattern on this rock.
Yeah, it's on Facebook now. So from this angle, like the left side is a lot more smooth than the right side. Would it be because of the current under the water?
That's a yes. I'm not sure which way are we facing.
No, facing.
Yeah, so that smoother edge is pointing towards the opening of the bay, so quite likely the current comes in here and swirls around, and that, yeah, you're right, that would quite possibly be a result of the current that comes into the bay.
Top right here.
And we're on the top, summited.
Jeremy's saying maybe can you take one of the white?
What's that?
Jeremy's saying can you sample one of the white?
All right, looks like we're going to sample one of these white corals here.
Those white octocoral, the fan-shaped ones, they're just in bottle box.
Mount Falkor. We've been talking about naming some of the pinnacles we're finding, and while it's quite a process, I think unofficial names probably last longer anyway, so we'll we can have as many unofficial names as we like. This one, Mount Falkor.
And we'll have a reef Falkor and a Falkor crest.
We might actually take it for a quiver, so I guess you can choose whichever one you think would fit. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take one of these for the genome project again, so we'll flash freeze it when it gets back on deck. So Jane, what's the genome project again?
It's called 1,000 Genome Project. So basically, a lot of these deep sea coral species are undescribed, and a lot of the species is even unknown. Like what we've collected just now with the black coral, it's Heteropathus, but to be specific about the species, there's still a lot of things that we're unknown of. Even they have very tiny feature to tell apart. What Jeremy was telling us, like this one that we've collected just now has shorter branches towards the end, but for the one that we've collected previously, it has the longest branches towards the end. It might be a very trivial differences when we look it from far away, but what we really want to do is we want to tell the differences and have a systematic we want to have a taxonomy of this type of deep sea corals. And with the technology right now, only by checking the outlook is not enough. Every time we want to know more and want to be more certain, it's by checking the genetic information within.
So there's been a lot of changes in how we classify everything, whether it's plants, animals, pretty much everything. We've gone from classifying things according to their morphology or how they look, and now that we're able to gene sequence
Exactly.
everything, we're actually finding that things that we thought were related aren't, things that we didn't think were related are. It's completely changing how we classify things, and it's not controversial. It's just it's turning our methods upside down in some ways.
Yeah, in a way. If it can fit in the quiver, yes, please.
It gives us a better understanding of evolution and how things have come through the evolutionary.
Take a little snippet of it.
Yeah, if half of it will fit in the quiver, then let's just take half of that.
Oh yeah, that was the big cosmos.
This,
Oops. We still want the previous one stay in the quiver.
like a few branches.
Maybe half of that, if possible.
So we've got Cody now on the arm.
Is it possible to fit the whole thing? Not possible.
Quiver?
Yeah.
Quiver? We can shove it
Is
in.
it like
Shove it
smaller?
in.
Like
We
yeah,
can shove it
yeah,
in.
yeah,
Maybe shove it in.
yeah. Shove it in. Yeah.
All right,
Won't be pretty.
we'll take the whole thing.
How do we get those three options?
Yeah.
Just watch the arm.
One's right off the line. One.
So this is going to be fun.
This is going to be very fun today. Yeah.
So Joan
Yeah.
will be dealing with this when it gets back on board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right now, where we're seeing just right under the arm, it seems like a sponge might be interesting to Merrick.
I have to go real quick.
Yeah.
We're getting there. definitely in there. So for those of you who've just joined, this is our 400th dive for SuBastian. We've got a little flag we'll set down somewhere.
Yeah. The arm is doing a great job.
Arm's doing a great job.
The operator.
Sorry, the
the
operator
operator.
is doing a great job. Well done, Cody. Good work.
You're gonna want to look at this.
We're just having a quick look at this before we move on. We need to keep going.
Instead of sponges, it's very interesting sponges. If it's or it's a polycate. It does look like a tube there, but
You do it exactly.
it's not a sponge. It's just a very pretty worm, I guess.
Maybe.
Alright. Have to get going.
Yep, we can keep going. Thank you.
Yeah, alright, it's time to move on now.
Stow this out, so.
Yeah.
We got torches. Is there anything? You.
So we've still got quite a bit to look at today, so we'll push on up to the cliff face.
Do you want to go get some lunch?
Oh, it's lunchtime. Didn't even realize.
Go now. I can go later.
Oh, it's alright, you go now. We just realised it's lunchtime. We'll be swapping out.
Morning, Vicky.
How you going, Rob?
Good.
Have you had your lunch yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
Not yet. Just call out to my wife, Diane, who's watching on Facebook. Diane's down in Cairns, which is about 600 kilometres due south of us. So we're on the far northern Great Barrier Reef, offshore of Cape York Peninsula. And Cape York is that big triangular peninsula that you see on the when you're looking at a picture of Australia, and it reaches up towards Torres Strait, which separates Australia from Papua New Guinea. And we're on a section of Cape York called the detached reefs within Wreck Bay. And Wreck Bay is this very prominent circular shaped bay. It's about 20 kilometres north to south and about 15 kilometres east to west. And we're diving on the steeper flanks of Wishbone Reef, which form the northern boundary of this Wreck Bay. And we're going to try to get a bit more of a move along here. We've got some ground to cover. We've just been exploring these two very prominent pinnacles that we mapped with the multi-beam sonar over the last 24 hours. And we can see quite clearly that it's a big limestone drowned reef, limestone being calcium carbonate, and we've even seen framework coral in amongst the rock. Now that would have been shallow coral reef when it was first formed, perhaps millions of years ago. The seafloor has subsided into these deeper depths. We're down nearly half a kilometre deep here, and it's left this really classic karst-like, cave-like environment with lots of pits and gullies, things that can only really form if it's exposed to air. So over millions of years, there's plenty of opportunity for exposure to air, and it's left these classic karst-like cave environments, which are now forming these great little microhabitats for all kinds of deep marine life.
We've just had a question, is Wreck Bay named after a certain wreck?
There are quite a few wrecks around here, and I was just doing some reading about that before we went live. On the Great Barrier Reef, there's well over 600 wrecks that are recorded. Very few of them have actually been really examined in detail. Probably the most famous one is nearby. It's called the Martha Ridgway wreck, and it was it's probably about 15 kilometres due west of where we are here. It was wrecked in 1842. It was a passenger steamer from travelling from New Zealand to Bombay, and was trying to find a way in through Torres Strait. And of course, all of those vessels had to get through the Great Barrier Reef in some way, and it came to grief upon what is now known as Martha Ridgway Reef, and that lies just due west of where we are here. It's an interesting wreck because it was discovered by a big team from the Marine Park Authority and the Queensland government just last year. So they used drones to fly over the top of the shallow reefs, and they found the remains of a very large 1800s wreck, which they're pretty confident is the Martha Ridgway wreck. It hadn't been discovered prior to then.
That'd be very interesting to see.
Okay, good, Rich? Yeah.
All right, off we go. So we have to truck along a little bit here. We've got a fair way to go, and we're not even in the mesophotic zone, and that will be at the end of the dive. So we're going to continue working our way past these large pinnacles. I expect we'll probably be on the sediment, this soft sediment, for a fair while, and then it will start climbing steeply up to this Wishbone Reef. So we're seeing lots of rubble, soft sediment. The rubble could have easily fallen off from the shallow coral reefs higher up the flank here.
You've come back just as we hit soft sediment. We've had beautiful rock face the whole
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Well, I like this. I like the sediment too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a different environment. There's plenty of life there. Often it's just the life trails, the traces left behind after they've visited. This has got this German life traces, Lebensspuren. So there's a whole science around Lebensspuren, which is looking at the tracks and trails and mounds and burrows that all of these infaunal animals leave behind. And if it's really stable, those tracks can stay there for years.
And be recorded in the fossil record.
That's right, yeah. So once it's preserved, in the long geological past, you can actually look at these traces preserved in the rock. And again, that's a whole other science in itself, trying to look at the tracks and trails animals are left behind in the geological past.
There are people whose whole job is to identify tracks in the sediment and which animal has made it, down to species level.
Yeah, and some are quite obvious. Like we see sea cucumbers, holothurians leaving. I call them the vacuum cleaners of the deep,
Yeah.
and they leave these classic long sand poo trails on the seafloor. But others are not so obvious, and there's plenty of mysteries down here. So in the really finer sediments, we're seeing these parallel series of holes, about 6 to 8, clusters of 6 to 8 holes running parallel with each other, and we have no idea what's making them. Are they worms or some sort of sea cucumber? I mean, we just really don't know. This is quite a gravelly environment. Now got fish,
Yeah.
fish coming up here. Is this a flatfish?
Flounder.
Like a flounder or something else? No,
something
looks
else.
mullet-like to me. Like looks like a whiting. You know, if you go fishing for a whiting.
Yeah.
Or is it a lizard fish? I don't know. We have our fish experts ashore who can help us here. So we're going to continue moving upslope. It's clearly very rubbly there, Vicky, and we'll just keep an eye out for anything obvious on the seafloor. But this will take us up to around about that 300 metre mark, at which point the slope should start rising a bit more steeply. Oh, something's pushing along the seafloor here.
It's a big track there.
Yeah.
A lot of the tracks are made by things that are just under the sediment, so you can't actually see what's making the track. You'd have to dig it out to see what it is, but they leave quite decent tracks.
Yeah, like these urchins. We've seen lots of places on these deep Great Barrier Reef dives where urchins, some of them quite large, are just bulldozing the sediment in front of them. There's really obvious trails here. There's a sea cucumber. Probably wouldn't be leaving those big tracks on the seafloor.
No. So we're moving quite quickly. We're coming up to waypoint 5 soon. Oh, what have we got here? Looks like a huge
An anemone.
anemone.
Yeah,
That's
anemone.
really big.
Yeah, like a big barrel
That's
style anemone.
about 20 centimetres across, maybe a bit more. Oh,
Yeah, really big. Because you can see them in the shallower coral reef environments, often with an anemone fish or clownfish living in amongst the tentacles. But I've never seen them. I've never seen clownfish down on anemones in these depths.
no.
But we have seen shrimp and things like that in amongst the tentacles. Is that another nautilus?
Yeah, it looks like it. Another broken one.
Bit of a glimpse. So we've seen a few here today, haven't we? No, but no
have.
living nautilus. It's definitely the zone for it though. The depth zone, typically they're deeper than 300 metres during daytime. And during daytime hours, the nautilus are down in these deeper depths, and at night time they vertically migrate up into the shallower waters. So we still have the possibility of seeing a living nautilus.
We've got a lot of people on board who are sitting down in the crew mess watching this, waiting to see a nautilus.
But we have seen little bobtail squid some earlier in the dive. Yeah, so the cephalopods have been really spectacular down here. So there's a question: what do we do if we come across any World War II artifacts? Yeah, good question. Well, for a start, all shipwrecks are protected within the Great Barrier Reef. If we did come across any, all we would do is just take vision, record the position, and then alert the authorities like the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. And there are World War II wrecks in the vicinity. The closest one is probably HMAS Warrnambool, which was doing sea mine clearance after World War II, and a lot of the main the main channels along the northern Great Barrier Reef were mined to prevent attack by Japanese during World War II. and Warrnambool was given the task of clearing some of these channels, and ended up sinking, being blown up by their own mines. I think killed a couple of sailors, and that is it's on the seafloor about 80 kilometres southwest of where we are here at the moment.
Right. By its own mines, you said?
Yeah, it was collecting them, like demining them, blowing them up, but it came against the side of the Warrnambool and blew it up.
Wow.
Yeah. Lots of urchins here,
Getting a
there,
lot
Vicky.
more, yeah.
Yeah, and
Starting
quite
to pick
rubbly.
up.
Not the easiest place to move around on if you're like a sea cucumber. It'd be quite an obstacle course, wouldn't it?
But these urchins seem to really like rubbly areas.
Well, and we've also seen them on really, really soft habitats as well. You know, really fine, muddy habitats. So again, it's just it's a different environment to just that hard rock, and still very interesting. But we've got to keep moving along. We're thinking it'll be like this rubbly seafloor for a while, up until we get to around probably 300 meters depth, and then it should start rising more rapidly towards the surface. And then we'll get into that mesophotic zone that everyone really enjoys. Who knows what we'll find there?
Who knows?
Ooh, wow. Is this another anemone there, Vicky?
Looks like it.
Really unusual shape.
Really.
Can we just have a look at this, please, Chris? We'll just have a bit of a close look.
So it's about the same size as the last one?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bigger?
Yeah, good 20 plus centimetres across. Wow, look at the patterning in that. Because they can move around, can't they? They've got a base that they can detach themselves and find a
better spot.
a better spot.
We've got requested it. Wow.
So Joe's saying Actinostolidae. Yep, well, it's pretty spectacular. I don't see any little commensal shrimp or anything.
Do you want to boop it?
Yeah, we might just
Yeah,
touch it and see how it
that's fine.
responds. So we're just going to reach out and touch it. Because we do this occasionally. Like those Echiran worms, I like touching them. They always withdraw their proboscis. We want to keep an eye out for them. Yeah, it is a decent
the shrimp.
size. Yep. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. And it's already unfolding. All right, we'll get going again. Lots of old tracks and trails here. There, Vicky.
We're not far from the base of the wall now.
But the transect itself is around about 800 metres long. Part of the planning is, well, apart from looking at currents and wind and all that sort of thing, we try and limit the distance travelled to under a kilometre. Otherwise, ends up being a very long day, especially as we still have to process all of the samples that are collected during the day's dives. Looks almost like a rubble scree slope here, Vicky.
Yeah.
We're going to see more and more of this as we get closer to the steeper wall.
Certainly looked when we were mapping last night like there was a lot of rubble right around the outside.
Yeah, and every time we've done these mesophotic dives where we head up into the shallower parts of the reef, shallower being up to around about 60 metres depth, we do see a lot of rubble zones at the base, scree slopes essentially.
The smell of lunch is lingering from when somebody opened the door just before.
It's always something to look forward to, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, the variety of food here is really quite amazing on board the Falkor.
I'll wait, you can jump in here anyway. I'll wait till the girls get back before I go there. Yeah.
So one of the other tools we have is a scanning sonar. It's looking further beyond what we can see in the vision, and that's quite helpful. It helps us guide the SuBastian towards any large rocks. The scanning sonar is showing pretty much flat field in front of us here at the moment. No big obvious pinnacles sticking out. So we're just doing crew change outs here so everyone can get something to eat.
The rubble's definitely getting thicker the closer we get to the wall.
Yeah, we left all that soft sediment behind. It just looks like layers and layers of rubble here. If we get closer to, if at some point we get closer to it, we'll probably pick out these little white flakes is halimeda, right? This is a coralline algae, and yep, definitely halimeda in there. They're like little white cornflakes, about the size of your fingernail. Of course, this is a big part of shallow coral reefs. It's not just the coral. The coral is probably these larger class pieces, but I'm seeing shells in here as well.
Yeah,
But all of this white flaky stuff, that is halimeda, and only grows in shallow tropical waters within that photic zone. And just near us here, there is really big, well, we call them bioherms. It's just a fancy term for reefs. Deeper reefs that are made by something other than coral, and we know that they're made by this halimeda, this green algae. And in fact, we have one of the world's experts on halimeda on board with us.
We do. Who I will hand over to very shortly.
That's right, Marty McNeil's just finishing up her PhD on halimeda, studying these strange bioherm-like structures. There we go, classic. It's a bivalve, a big clam.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're getting a real mix of shallow water sediments here, and we're just under half a kilometre down in the depths, but a lot of this rubble and and sediment is made by calcium carbonate from the shallower reef waters, probably in the top 20-30 meters at the most.
I guess every year when the cyclones come through, washes, we're right on the edge of the reef, so the energy from the cyclones and the swell that would kick up would bring a lot of this shallow reef material down over the edge to the deeper waters here.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, as we've been sailing along, mapping the edge of some of these reefs, we can see these very large rocks that have been tipped over, and they're actually poking out of the water, and they would have been left there from previous cyclone events. Ooh, what's that? It's like a little eel.
It does.
Just going to stabilise the SuBastian. Oh, how's that? I thought it was a worm. No, it's definitely a little eel.
Eel, yeah.
No, I wouldn't say it's not a moray. I'm hoping our
Its
could it be a
open.
tiny little moray? That is cute.
That's
So just going to try and stabilise SuBastian here.
wow.
Very cute.
You can see his the palps at the front there for sensing movement.
Yeah, we're getting false moray. It doesn't look like a moray. You know, it doesn't have that classic moray style head, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Worm eel.
Wow. Never seen anything like that.
Yeah, beautiful. Well done. Who spotted that one?
Yeah, too deep for a moray. Clopsis.
Clopsis. Okay. All right. Thank you to everyone helping us ashore.
And on that note, I'm going to go get my lunch and hand over to Marty.
Yep. Thanks very much, Vicky.
That's all right.
Thanks, Vicky. Enjoy your lunch.
John's saying he's never seen anything like this. Like a
Really?
new Australian record, whatever it is.
Wow, there you go. Another Falkor first.
Yeah.
We're racking them up, aren't we?
Yeah, plenty of firsts. Not just today, but all the way through. This was our third expedition to the Great Barrier Reef and Coral Sea, and that looks like a bit of wood.
Want to pick it up?
Why not? We're
Mon-
a long way from a source for a chunk of wood.
We are. Like, but we have been in these deeper canyon areas earlier in the expedition, where even down, well over a kilometre deep, we're finding pieces of wood. We found coconuts and mangrove tree roots and even seagrass down at well over a kilometre deep. So lots of material does get waterlogged and end up in these deeper environments.
There was a butterfly on the back deck,
Yeah, right.
so it's come a long way.
Well, we're 80 kilometres away from the Australian mainland.
That's a long way for a butterfly. Anything under there? It's well bored, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, and that's something we noticed with the other wood that we found. It was well used by animals, maybe just for living on, but they were certainly using it for food. So if you can imagine all of this organic, it's just a whole lot of organic carbon that ends up in the deep ocean, and there for use by lots of other animals for feeding and food.
Everything becomes substrate for
feeding
something
and
else,
habitat.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just have to take advantage of any available space. Little
Okay, these look like little gastropod snails. Yeah. So you may have heard of teredo worms, but they're not a worm at all. They're actually a gastropod, a boring gastropod, and they, in the tropics, they can wreak havoc on wood. Old wooden ships were constantly fighting teredo worms. They would bore their way through the wood. And in the old 1800s, oh, there's an
Urchins in
urchin.
there.
Yes, quite a lot
There's
going
few
on
of
there.
them. It's a little family.
They would coat the old wooden hulls with copper or lead if they wanted to add weight. But most of those older wooden ships actually had a covering of copper,
Right.
and it was mainly to stop these teredo worms. Of course, nowadays we use chemicals and things like that to stop biofouling, like poisonous paints and the like. So.
Thank you.
Okay, really interesting. For me, that was quite an insight to see how much wood vegetation matter ended up in the deep oceans next to the Great Barrier Reef. Unfortunately, we did see rubbish down there too, didn't we, Marty?
We did in that canyon dive, didn't we?
Yeah, plastic
Yeah, a lot
down
of plastic in that
over.
one. But overall, we haven't seen a great deal of plastic, really.
No, but it was just sort of
in
like
that
a
particular canyon there was, though.
yeah, it was like a big chute. Like think of these canyons like big rubbish chutes, and it's concentrating all of this vegetation and whatever else is drifting along in the water column into the depths.
So that was a shelf-incised, shelf-connected canyon.
Yeah, a canyon that was directly connected to the Great Barrier Reef shelf itself. But much more rubbly now that we've left those pinnacles behind.
Yeah, and we're close to the reef front now, aren't we? So this will be the reef debris that accumulates on the four-reef
slope.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we're just talking about, mini events, lots and lots of individuals, like little avalanches, rubble, debris zones, scree slopes, whatever you want to call it, layering upon each other to build up the an apron, like a sediment apron around the base of the shallow reefs.
Of course, reef growth is a trade-off between the reef coral growth and accretion versus erosion
breaking it down
at the same time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and sometimes the erosion side wins, and you end up with drowned reefs. Oh, there's a lovely big spiral gastropod here.
If anyone's home in there, looks like it's empty.
Yeah, home for a hermit crab in some time.
It's got something on it. Is there a little bryozoan or something growing on it? Anyway.
Looks like a big trumpet shell.
No hermit crab or anything in there yet.
Good size, about 15 centimetres across. Well, we've seen clams and things like that. There's definitely a lot of mollusk remains in amongst the larger pieces, which would be shallow coral, and then we've seen a lot of halimeda as well.
Yes, lots of halimeda. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Bank there.
There's like a chute
of sediment building up on the side.
So Vicky was talking about cyclones, and here in this part of Australia, we are in the cyclone belt.
Yep.
This is the zone for them, and every summer here in North Queensland, we're affected by cyclones.
That's right. They don't always make landfall, of course, but there's always several each summer, isn't there?
Nice anemone. Yeah, and the most recent one passed through Lockhart River just a couple of years ago. Lockhart River is not that far away from us. It's an Aboriginal community on Cape York Peninsula. It's one of the few main service towns on Cape York Peninsula because it's such a remote area, and they got quite badly hammered by a cyclone.
Zoom in and check this out. What have we got here? Just focusing on this. Looks like a bamboo coral, is it? taking a moment here to, oh, it's got a little shrimp on there. Simeon. Jeremy's thinking, he thinks out loud on our chat. He literally types in, while he's thinking.
We
Skip
don't mind
this
that.
one.
Skip this one.
Okie doke.
Yeah, I was just looking on the internet. That cyclone went through here in March 2019. So
Okay.
it is a bamboo coral.
Yeah.
You can see the nodes.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, a classic deep water coral, often with these long stalk-like main stem, and they easily see the separate nodes with a little black internode joining them together. You see them more commonly in much deeper water than where we are now. So we're at 415 meters. The water's warming. We're at 12.7 degrees C. So we're kind of pushing up into that very lower mesophotic zone. It's only going to get warmer from here on.
No, Tom's standing by with bated breath, waiting for us to get up into the mesophotic zone.
Yeah. We'll see if we can also get Daniela Ciccarelli to join as well, our coral reef ecologist. She's joined us previously in the offshore coral sea area, but you know, as we get out of this rubble zone and into the lower mesophotic,
Chunks of massive corals there.
oh yeah, you can easily see the colonies. What's on top? Do you think this is one of these, maybe a rock sponge? I wonder if it's these big rock sponges. Yeah, that's just a big colony that's rolled down, big shallow water coral colony.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It's a plate-sized shrimp
Yeah.
or lobster.
Eyes in the back of his head. Very nice.
Very nice.
He's a good size.
Yeah, so in these waters we have ornate painted crayfish. In the shallower waters they're harvested, they're a commercial crayfish. And there's quite a big fishery at Torres Strait, which is only about 200 kilometres due north of where we are at the moment. And they are very, very colourful crayfish, and they command a higher price in restaurants because they're so large and beautiful.
The question on the chat feed there from Jeff: do we ever hang in the mesophotic zone with the lights off? And yes, we do.
Yeah,
do
we
that.
do. Yeah. We often turn the lights off so you can see, I guess, that sort of inky blue environment, which is what everything else is experiencing before we come along with our big bright white lights.
Yeah, and sort of look upwards and you can see that silhouette against whatever sunlight is filtering through from above.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It is, you know, it is the twilight zone. The lower limit of light, you know, they typically call it like a 1% of photosynthetic light. In clear waters, we can see red coralline algae down at around 200 meters if it's really clear.
Yeah. Out in the Coral Sea, we were starting to see coralline algae that deep.
and
It's the first sign, isn't it? You
That's
start
right.
seeing that pinky red.
That's kind of 1% of available photosynthetic light. In the Great Barrier Reef waters, it's a little bit more turbid, so I think we were seeing red algae coming in around about 150, 160 meters water depth, and then of course it just doesn't explode in life. It's really quite amazing how quickly it turns out. Oh, what have we got here? Oh, is that a little coffin
It's a
fish?
fish. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think we've got ourselves a coffin fish here. Just going to zoom in on it.
Weird looking things, aren't they?
Yeah, and can be really colourful too.
Yeah.
But we'll have a closer look at its skin if we can. There's lots of interesting little I don't know, what would you call them? Rays, like skin kind of warts and things.
Yeah.
John, what do you call all these little white furry bits hanging off? Because they don't seem to have classic scales like other fish, do they?
It's got one description there of tricoloured sherbet ice cream.
Yeah. Watermelon.
Yeah.
Watermelon colour. I really love watching them walk. They use their pelvic fins, you know, and
Yeah,
their pectoral
like-
fins like a set of hands.
Yeah, yeah.
Filaments.
Very still.
Yeah, thanks, John. Just correcting my
Filament.
fish
That was very
bits.
descriptive terminology. Knew what you meant. It's keeping very still. I think he thinks that we can't see him if he just
Yeah,
freezes.
Yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
lights- there's lights off.
Yeah. Completely
No,
dark,
not
of
glowing in
course.
the dark. He does not glow in the dark.
Yeah.
Not today.
I bet he's wishing he had eyelids right now.
Yeah. Quite intricate patterns, isn't it?
God,
It's like he's got eyebrows.
Oh, look on the top.
Oh, the lure.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
looks like a lure.
Yep.
We've
Buff.
seen this on other Charanacs. A little bit like an angler fish, you know. I guess this convergent
similar
evolution.
sort of
Other
concept.
other types of fish have found a way to lure prey. So being completely pitch black, it would just be wiggling that little lure, hoping that something will be attracted to it,
Yeah.
and then gulp it up.
Ambush predator.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is Echiurine worm. You can see these. Can we just boop this, please, guys? You can see this sort of typical Y-shaped proboscis. The animal itself is on the left. It disappears into the mud. So that they lay the proboscis out, and what organic material lands on top of it, and it's brought into the mouth. Okay. So it's a good size. It's about half a metre across. There we go.
There we go. Pre-boop. That just never gets old, does it?
There we go.
Oop. There we go. Little nudge from Sebastian.
So what I'm not sure about is, just when the organic material lands on the proboscis, is there some kind of filament which draws it down all the way down the filament into the mouth, or does it
physically
or
retract?
does it
Yeah.
retract and pull it into the mouth? So maybe
Question.
people ashore can have a bit of a look about these Echiurine worms and tell us how they feed.
Right. Carry on up.
Yep, definitely rubbly, getting steeper. Still got a ways to go yet though. We're at 390 metres. We're not going to see any light until at least 200 metre depth. So that's, you know, another 180 odd metres above us. We're going to continue climbing up this scree slope which lies at the base of Wishbone Reef, and Wishbone Reef forms this northern arm of Wreck Bay that we've been mapping for the last 24 hours.
I've been looking at seafloor maps of Wishbone Reef for a while now, because up on the shallow continental shelf behind Wishbone Reef is a massive Halimeda bioherm complex which has just incredibly topography that we've been lovingly referring to as donuts for the past few years. So yeah, it's just quite amazing to actually be here. And
That's right.
Yeah.
We've been studying the shallow reef up in this Cape York area for a long time now, but no one's really been into the deeper waters. This is the first time a deep ROV has ever been in this part of the northern Great Barrier Reef, or done any systematic mapping in the deeper waters. So yeah, it's quite a revelation to sort of look at this underwater landscape off the edge of the shallow Great Barrier Reef. And there's an inset view there now.
Yeah.
So you can see this. This is a 3D depth model for the whole area. Those reds and oranges are the shallow Great Barrier Reef. So we're talking from 0 meters swimming depths down to about 20-30 meters deep. And Falkor's been mapping inside Wreck Bay. That's this brown blue area. That's about
It's like a big bowl.
an easy 2.5 kilometre vertical height there. And there are these really spectacular plunge pools at the very mouth of Wreck Bay. But
Newly discovered.
Newly discovered, right? We only just mapped this last night. But you can see the shallow Great Barrier Reef shelf behind it. We've got a whole series of barrier reefs.
So that's the red, for anyone who isn't colourblind. The
red, red.
is the shallow coral reefs, the barrier reefs.
And that's all been mapped by airborne LiDAR by the Australian Hydrographic Office and the Royal Australian Navy. So all the coral reefs are very well mapped. The shallow coral reefs are very well mapped in this part of the Cape York area, but we really had no idea just how rugged the offshore deeper waters were directly adjacent to the shallow reef. And so to see this revealed for the first time is pretty amazing.
Really amazing. That's why we're here.
Yep.
#EdgeGBR.
Yeah, and so interestingly, all of this multi-beam mapping data is going to be contributed to the Seabed 2030 project, which is a huge collaboration amongst lots of nations and different institutions to try and map the world's oceans by the year 2030. It's a very ambitious program.
Isn't it?
But all the Falkor's multi-beam data feeds directly into that larger global initiative. We're very, very pleased to be part of that whole project. So now we're just zooming out, and you can see we're looking in a southward direction down the Cape York area, and all of that grey-brown area is what the Falkor has been mapping over the last 2 or 3 weeks. So we've started in Cairns, we've been progressively mapping northwards. You can see there's a bit of a gap that we're going to fill in tonight. And then tomorrow we're going to head north to Torres Strait to get some more fuel, because it's been quite a big, we've really covered some miles.
We really have. Yeah.
It's a 24/7 mapping operation here on the Falkor, and we only stop really to do these occasional ROV dives.
Yeah.
So that's looking northwards. In fact, you can see the tip of Cape York in the far distance. That's that white area. We've just coloured the land white, but that's the tip of Cape York, and we're going to head up into Torres Strait to Horn Island to get some more fuel, and then we're going to come back down into this detached reefs area. That's this really strange set of shallow reefs that are offset from the main Great Barrier Reef. There's a whole series of them. There's small detached reefs, Yule detached reef, Great detached reef. Rain Island is one of those detached reefs, Saunders Reef. And we're going to be continuing to map all around the edges of these detached reefs to find what we think will be this sort of drowned underwater landscape, this karst-like landscape that has been revealed through the mapping so far.
It's another one of these little, oh no, it's not the same as the previous one we saw.
Yeah, it's a bit
Got
bigger.
a bit of a different head on it. Is it the same?
Very cute. Yeah, it does look like the other one, just a bit bigger.
Very cute. So I think even our fish experts weren't quite sure what this was.
It hasn't got that classic moray eel look, has it?
No,
Love its eyes though.
Oh, here he goes.
Okay, it's starting to react. Yeah, just looking at the sediment behind, we got bryozoans, shell bits, halimeda,
Yeah,
bits of
typical
coral.
reef debris, isn't it?
Mm.
Worms in there. Yeah. Yeah. interesting. Can you get a shot of the tail? Oh, yeah, it does have a fin. I guess that's a
Yeah.
dorsal fin.
Yeah. But it starts a long way down,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, John's saying
Ophikidae, which would be a family, not sure of the genus.
too many H's in there,
Yeah.
John. You guys have got to work on your Latin, make it a bit easier for us non-ichthyologists to pronounce it. Ophikidae.
Pointed tail tip, that narrows it down to 100 plus species.
Right. Snake eel. Snake fish. Wood urchins. Yeah. Okay. That's a shame. We actually put it back, didn't we? There was a bit of wood that we collected.
Oh, the wood urchins. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Keep going there.
Yeah, we'll keep going. Thanks very much. Got a good look at that. Nice little scallop shell here.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we're just looking at lots of other messages we're getting from some of our other social media. We picked up a bit of wood before and there was an urchin inside it. I think we put it back, didn't we?
We put it back
yeah, we
down,
didn't
yeah.
collect that. So you've got to be paying attention, otherwise you miss.
Yep. If you snooze, you lose.
That's right.
Is that an urchin?
A little bivalve.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's something for everyone on these dives, isn't there?
Certainly is.
Yeah. Oh, flatfish, flounder right in front of us.
Under there. Is it a left eye or a right eye?
Yeah, I forget, John. Was it a left eye or right eye? I think the mouth is on the left.
Got good eyes.
Little telescope eyes.
Very pretty too.
Yeah,
with all those markings.
I just got a glimpse of its eyes as we were. That was my first clue. There was something there.
Right eye. Will thinks it's a right eye.
A right eye.
Right. Yep. Confirmed.
Yeah, it looks like the mouth is on the left.
That's kind of comical, isn't it?
They can move. Yeah, they can move independently of each other. Like we can't do that.
He's had enough.
Yeah.
We've blown his cover. Very pretty. All those camouflage markings. Very nice.
Yeah, look how it's using its fins here.
Yeah.
They're almost
like
almost
that
crawling,
walking sort of-
almost worm-like.
Alright. Keep going. 350 metres. Keep going, making a good progress here.
Yeah, it's definitely warming though. We just cracked 14 degrees C.
What would you do if we saw a whale shark?
Ah. I don't know. Maybe not these depths, perhaps. I mean, you just. So that's a lovely segue.
I thought you might like that.
Yeah. So I've been working with Adam Barnett from James Cook University, and he's a shark expert, and he's been leading a project looking at whale sharks that aggregate here in Wreck Bay, mainly in summertime. I reached out to him last night and said, hey, we're working in Wreck Bay, and he said, keep an eye out. Oh, it was a big boulder. Oh, lovely shell over here on the right. Have a look at the size of this shell. We've got some wood here as well.
Is that a piece of mangrove? Or, oh no, it's a bit
Definitely wood. We should probably have a look at this. And this looks like a bit of boulder rubble. But yeah, so last year Adam led a team up to Wreck Bay, here where we are now, to look at an aggregation of whale sharks that have been spotted in summertime. And I kicked in some funding, and we hired a spotter aircraft to fly out of Lockhart River, which is the closest runway to Wreck Bay. And during the day they were out looking for whale sharks, and they spotted at least a dozen of them and satellite tagged about half a dozen of them. So they are known to aggregate within this bay, mainly in summertime. So we've been working in Wreck Bay for the last 24 hours. Haven't seen any yet, but we are keeping an eye out for them. And there's two schools of thought that they're aggregating in this bay because of the upwelling that happens, and that has a lot to do with how the ocean currents are interacting with the seafloor, the topography, which we are now mapping. So that's really great to see that revealed. The other school of thought is it's just simply wind that's blowing plankton into some part of the bay, held up against.
It's quite a C shape, isn't it?
It's C shape. So it doesn't matter which direction the wind is blowing from. Some part of the bay is going to have plankton on it more than others, and then that's attracting the whale sharks. So you just think of how this organic material is being used for food by all these different animals. All right, is this worth taking a sample, Marty, to have a look at the animal life?
It was particularly the urchins that they were interested on that previous piece of wood that we saw. It was specifically the urchins.
Well, they could be in here, we just can't see, so it might be worth just keeping a sample of it anyway, and then we can break it open and see what's living inside it.
Okay. Next question is going to be where we're going to put it.
Yeah, it's quite long. How are we going with our sampling? We've had quite a few.
Just have one thing in during forest, the black coral.
So our bio boxes have all different sizes. We've got smaller ones which are sort of square shaped. We have a longer bio box at the back. And when we run out of that, we break out the bungee straps, don't we? Strap it to the roof.
I think so, yeah. Thank you.
Yep, so Tom is saying when he was last here in 2011, we saw a big aggregation of whale sharks. There were dozens of them. Yeah, so this is an ongoing whale shark project led by Adam Barnett from James Cook University, and we have quite a big multidisciplinary team working on it. So I'm contributing the bathymetry or depth data, and we have oceanographers, we have biologists themselves, and yeah, it's really interesting where we're going with this. So the satellite tagging was a very important part of the exercise so that they can now be tracked in real time. And I think if you go to the Citizens of the Great Barrier Reef website, there's links there that take you to the animal tracking. A range of animals from tiger sharks to turtles to the whale sharks that were tagged here at Wreck Bay last December.
Okay. On we go.
see. We'll see how much we can get out.
How are we going progress-wise, Marty?
Where are we at? We're about 350 metres depth. There's just a conversation going on here at the moment with the ROV pilots in the bridge about how close the Falkor is getting to the reef that we are sitting beside. So we also have to keep all of those factors into consideration.
That's
so
right.
it's all well and good for us to have our plan of where we would like to go with this dive, but we are very, very close to the edge of a coral reef. And obviously we don't want Falkor to get too close to that.
Yeah, but the conditions are quite nice out there at the moment. The winds drop right down, and we're just climbing up the steeper flanks of Wishbone Reef, which form the sort of northern arm of this big C-shaped wreck bay.
Some ripples on the sand there.
Yeah, bed forms.
All right,
Which-
Dougal's off for lunch. Can't promise you a benthic siphon for Dougal, but we will hold you to that. If we catch one, you owe us a beer each, all of us.
Yeah,
And
or a
undiluted.
sake,
Yeah.
because Dougal is in Japan.
And you need to fly us to Japan to shout us that beer.
Yeah, it's good fun. It's great having you with us there, Dougal. Of course, you would probably be on board if it weren't for COVID and all the rest, all that drama.
You probably would be, because if you'd been on board for the last voyage, you wouldn't have been able to go home. So you'd still be here.
Yeah. Oh, it's starting to get steep now. Really
Okay.
exposed rock here.
Yeah, and this is boulders of coral framework. Looks like that we're
Suddenly
seeing
got
here.
very steep. Okay, are we at the base of the reef slope, the four reef
Yes,
slope
we are.
there,
We're-
Marty?
We're at waypoint number 8.
8, rightio. So it should start all going steep. I'm seeing little stalastrid hydrocorals.
Yeah.
So we're in the lower mesophotic zone. They're a kind of classic, almost marker-like coral. Very obvious in these depths. It's a consistent pattern that we're seeing out in the coral sea. You can see this like fringe, the fringe of little white. These are stalastrid hydrocorals. So they're a hydrozoan. They have very, very minute looking polyps and quite delicate looking. See how
Very
they've all
brittle,
popped
aren't
out?
they?
There's
We've-
lots of them.
We've made a few collections on previous dives, and they're so brittle. It's very hard to get them to-
But they just suddenly appeared, didn't they?
Yep. We're up to 14.5 degrees C,
Yeah, warming quickly.
warming up.
So we are definitely heading into the, lower mesophotic. This looks like framework coral to me,
Oh
there,
yeah,
Marty.
it is. Yeah, for sure.
You know, it has all that that sort of network of,
Branches
Of
that are
branches.
interlocking.
yeah.
Here we are. What have we got here?
Oh, Brisington
Brisingid.
sea star and echinoderm. We saw one earlier in the dive.
Quite a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, very common in these deeper waters. That classic peach coloration,
Stripes.
and in places really big clusters of them all joined together like a fringe around the rock. Yeah, I do like seeing them when they're all clustered together, like that Tideman Knoll.
Yeah,
They're
on
all
the top there.
at the top of the knoll summit. Okay, it looks all up from here, Marty.
Yep.
I think we've left that soft sediment. Oh, there's little yellow solitary corals over here. So, I mean, it's definitely the carbonate factory. So,
Oh, for sure.
you know, there's a lot of material raining down from the shallow coral reefs above us. But wherever that rock's exposed or too steep, we're getting these really delicate white stalastrid hydrocorals appearing.
Wondering whether these framework corals are boulders or whether we are looking at the older, lower layers of the side of this reef. It's hard to know, isn't it? Hard to
Yeah,
tell.
it is a bit of a mystery. In other dives, sort of mesophotic dives we've done, it kind of starts around 200 meters, doesn't it? But this is a bit deeper
than
here.
that. Oh, we better look at this. Jeremy, are you watching? It's a bottle brush looking black coral, or yeah, looks like it's got one of those tube worms up the central stem. Bottle brush, yep. Freeze. Just settling down here. And we're going to go and take a good look at this. Where did he go?
Can we zoom in close to take our pictures?
That one.
Getting directions from both ways.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I was just saying we're gonna ask the one after this one.
Okay. So this, okay, stylopathes. Jeremy's been waiting the whole trip for a chance to freeze this genus. Happy days. Jeremy, you can fly us all to Japan for a beer. So we're going to collect this black coral, and it's going to go into one of the coral quivers. And when we get this on board, we will be snap freezing it, flash freezing it in liquid nitrogen. Taking the lid off of this, what we call a coral quiver. It's like a tube. We can put the coral in there and then put the lid back on, and it will keep that coral separate from everything else that we collect, and it'll be the water that's in that quiver which should remain at the temperature that we collected it at. As we move up towards the surface, of course, the water temperature is going to increase quite a lot. And there's a chance that that increased temperature will start to degrade the DNA in the samples that we've collected. So if we put them into these quivers and put the bung on, hopefully that will keep it somewhat protected from the water temperature as we come up to the surface. Yeah, the whole thing thinks. Thanks, Cody. And then as soon as ROV SuBastian is back on deck, we'll get hold of these quivers and bring them inside, and as quickly as possible we're getting them into liquid nitrogen.
What's that?
There we go. Good. Probably put those push cords there in the way.
It's a secret.
And it's in.
Oh,
There we go. Beautiful. There you are, Jeremy. Excellent. Another great collection. So over the past couple of voyages we've been assisting in building up quite a collection of black corals for the Museum of Tropical Queensland. Quite a few undescribed species and perhaps even genus. And the sample that we just collected will be contributing towards a much larger project, a genome project that our colleagues Jeremy Horowitz and Tom Bridge are involved with. So it's really fantastic to be able to optimise the amount of data that we can collect and samples that we can collect while we're out here. Very nicely done, thank you. And off we go. Continue our climb up this reef front slope. As we make our way up towards the mesophotic zone. Looks like there's another one. We better pause and check this one out and see if it's the same or different. Jeremy, if you're still watching, which I'm sure you are, what do you make of this one? Same? Okay, Jeremy says, can we grab this one also, please?
in a quiver.
And is this for flash freeze, Jeremy? Is it going in a quiver? Okay, so we'll put this one in a quiver for flash freeze as well. Great. Just get ourselves settled down here again. There's a question on the chat feed on YouTube that if these terraces broke away, would they cause a tsunami? I don't think so. Maybe a small avalanche, which was keeping us entertained on the last dive, but unlikely to cause a tsunami. Very early in this voyage on week 1, we mapped, down in the Swain Reefs, we mapped a very large underwater landslide where part of the edge of the reef had come away, and that would certainly have caused a tsunami at the time when that event occurred. But that was, the scarp face that was left there was 10 kilometres across, which give you an idea of the amount of material that would have broken away during that landslide event. And the debris field stretched over 20 kilometres out onto the seafloor basin. And so something of that size, an event of that size, certainly would have caused a tsunami. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know it was zooming in, I'm sorry. I didn't know you needed a little bit of there. I'm looking for stuff.
It's very delicate, isn't it? Tiny little polyps. That's going to go into the quiver. It's 2 in a row for Jeremy. Jeremy, that would be a great idea if somebody wrote a blog about the Genome Project.
Sounds like a thing for Jeremy.
Yeah. And if someone could write a blog telling us about these black corals that have these worm run tube thingamajiggies.
Yeah, we're after a critter feature
Yeah.
blog.
Yeah.
So
Critter profile.
we've just had one published on siphonophores.
Yeah. I think you just nominated yourself, Jeremy.
So if you go to the cruise page on the Schmidt Ocean Institute website for northern depths of the Great Barrier Reef, you'll see the latest blog there on siphonophores. So we're trying to have this, contributors, experts, writing small pieces about some of the strange marine life we're seeing during the expedition.
I learnt a lot from today's siphonophore blog. Things I didn't know. Didn't know that Portuguese man-o'-war jellies are a siphonophore.
Yeah. I knew they were hydroid, but siphonophores are a type of hydroid.
Yeah.
So this is one of the ones that are going to be flash frozen, aren't they?
Yep,
Modi?
that's right. Yep. So it'll go straight to the lab as soon as Sebastian is back on deck, and hand it over to Joan and Valerie, our master's students that are on board with us from James Cook University. They've been handling these biology samples on behalf of Jeremy, who can't be on board with us on this voyage, and they're doing an excellent job.
Yes, I mean, playing with liquid nitrogen, you don't want to mess up there.
Yeah, thanks very much. They were a great find. Thanks very much, Rob and Karen Joyce, for
Yeah,
rounding up these two.
That's right. My colleague Karen Joyce is
Shout out to Karen if you're watching it all.
a lecturer at scientist at James Cook University in Cairns, where I am. We had such short notice for the start of this expedition. Like, we literally had only weeks to try and pull it together. And we very quickly came up with a plan, but it was always the intention to get some science team on board. We didn't
Yeah.
want to make it fully virtual, fully remote. And I think it's really working. I think
Yeah.
a small science team, and we've got a much larger group of principal investigators ashore. But
Yeah, so we're getting a
having
lot of
both
support.
together-
Yeah, we're getting a lot of support from onshore, but having our small team on board, it's working out really well.
we're managing.
So there's a question about how do we flash freeze them in liquid nitrogen? Well, we literally snap a piece off and drop it in the liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, it's in this big jar
dewar.
called a dewar.
Dewar.
A dewar. It looks like a big old-fashioned milk crate.
Yeah.
You know, they're like big cylinder. And as soon as you take the top off, it's all gassing and steaming.
Yep.
And then we drop it straight in there.
Yeah, the girls will probably tell us that there's a lot more to it than that. They've got little individual sample tubes that they're putting the samples into, and everything labelled so that we keep track of what everything is and where it is. And they're putting those into specific compartments within the dewar. And I think
so
the
we're not-
temperature in there is like minus 100 degrees or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
It's yeah.
So we're not actually decantering any of the liquid nitrogen out of it. We
That's
just
right.
leave it inside and
Yeah.
drop everything into it.
Yeah. So how does it degrade the animal? Well, the idea is that it doesn't degrade. Well, at least it doesn't degrade the
The
DNA.
DNA, you have to
The
preserve
DNA is what we're after.
So if we preserve in ethanol, like most of those other animals are in the bio boxes, we can preserve a lot of all the skeletal structure and everything, but the DNA starts degrading really quickly. So the liquid nitrogen preserves that DNA because we want to do this full genome analysis with I think the Sanger Institute. Jeremy can
write about it in his blog.
Tell us all about it. But the important thing is to preserve it properly, and hence the liquid nitrogen is important.
That'll be fine. Thank you. Yeah. It's got a little stylus thread on it as well.
This looks like a big framework layer, doesn't it?
It does.
Not just debris, it looks like in situ framework coral.
Yep. Pop that in there. 26 meters. Temperature's quite warm, isn't it? 14.6.
Yep. And I just went on deck to have a look outside.
How does it look?
You
We're
could
very
swim
close.
to the reef. You can swim to the reef, and it looks
Oh, how
very
tempting.
inviting. Yeah, it's quite warm outside, but the reef is not even 100 meters away, and
Wow.
but it's very calm. There's no waves. It's just a lovely day on the Great Barrier Reef.
Wouldn't we love to be going for a swim this
Oh,
afternoon?
yeah.
My
A few
goodness.
times now we've gone, gee, it'd be lovely to have a swim. You can see all the beautiful colours in the back of the shallow reef there. Yeah, you could easily swim to it from where we are now. But here we are on this very steep wall, and we're just going to keep going up into the mesophotic zone and see what we can find.
Close your eyes, Jeremy. Nothing to see here. Cute, nice little lurch in there. What is that? What is that? Oh, I see. We're just looking at it from the top down. Little coral.
Looks like a stylastrid.
Yeah.
You know, these delicate, you can have them with pink with little white tips.
Yep.
Looks like a stylastrid hydrocoral.
Is that a whip? Maybe we should just look at that whip just briefly. Is this the black coral, Jeremy? Just give a moment for the chat to catch up with the vision that we're seeing in the control room. Slight delay. Just focusing on this now. There we go.
Gee, I don't know. Marty, what do you think? Is this black coral?
I don't know. Stichopathes. Yes, it is.
Yes, okay.
Stichopathes. No need to collect this one. We have seen this one before.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
keep
And of course,
going.
we're not collecting every single black coral. We're being quite circumspect about what we're collecting. You know, ideally new species, different morphology. So heading up slope, we're now at 314 metres, temperature's 15 degrees C, so certainly warming quickly. We're into the what we'd call the subtropical mode water, and that just sits just below these warmer surface waters. So within the next 100 metres or so, we'll start seeing red algae encrusting on the rock. That's showing the lower photosynthetic light limit. Nice little cup coral here.
That white one that I zoomed in on?
Yes, Kat, I think we've missed out on our live nautilus. They don't tend to be found this far up during daytime. From what we've seen in previous dives, most of the living nautilus are down between, say, 500 to 800 metres depth. and then vertically migrate up into these shallower waters only at night time. It's day here on this dive right now, so we've probably passed out of that living nautilus zone. So looking at our plan ahead of time, we're coming to the tail end of this leg 2. We have to travel up to Torres Strait to get some more fuel, but after that we may have only 2 more dives left, is what we're looking at. So there is, yes, definitely opportunities for looking at living nautilus. I'm always keen, well, very keen to see them here on the ship. But yeah, for this leg 2, this may be the last 2 or 3 ROV dives left on this expedition. And then the ROV team are heading home.
Yep. Well earned rest.
Yeah.
The RV team are heading home.
I don't believe you.
So we got J-Rod, Cody and Chris. Chris has been on board since I think January. It's
January last year.
last year. Just seems to be on here forever.
Not entirely, no. I hope 60 days.
Yeah, so the ROV team leaves, so that's it, really.
Yeah.
No more SuBastian
For a while.
dives for a while yet. Well, we'll be sorry to see them go. It's been
For sure.
a huge amount of fun. And here we are on the 400th dive since, when was it? 2016, was it? When
Yeah, 2016 was
their first dive off Guam.
first dive. Yep.
Yeah.
Bring it closer to the camera.
Is it a freezing one?
Could it be a possible freeze?
Possible. We want to have a closer look at the camera first.
While you all are looking at these 2 possible coral collection candidates, I'm going to poke my head out the door upstairs and have a look at the reef.
Yes.
I'll be
Yeah,
back
you
in a
want to do
couple
that.
of minutes.
Yeah, it's something we have to remind ourselves. We are on the Great Barrier Reef, but you spend all day in the control room. It's all darkened and air conditioned. You do need to get out and have a look occasionally. The reef is close to us, probably only about 100 metres away, and it's very pretty, very beautiful. And this time of year, my family and I usually go out in the reef. We go scuba diving and snorkeling, so the water's warm. It's just the time to go out on the reef swimming. So I'm looking forward to when we get home. We'll start doing a few more trips out onto the reef. And a shout out to my sister Jody in Cairns. It's about 500 kilometres due south of us. Just tuning in on Facebook. Welcome aboard, Jody. We're at 300 metres down at the very northern side of Wreck Bay that we've been mapping over the last 24 hours. And we're diving up the steep flanks of Wishbone Reef, which if you think of Wreck Bay as this big C-shaped bay, it's about 20 kilometres north to south and 15 kilometres east to west. And Wishbone Reef forms this, like the northern limit of it. So we're flying up the steeper flanks. And we'll get right into the mesophotic zone by the end of this dive.
Really, really tiny.
Just trying to do a manual zoom in on the polyps here. It's quite a delicate colony.
Suckers are good, but they're handy.
So just one. It's going to be really tiny, but it's interesting.
A bottle box is fine.
Box is fine. Alright, you have a preference?
B is empty right now.
B has. Oh, one B, okay. Yes.
Yeah, so Rain Island is one of our destinations here on this leg 2. We're going to be working towards Rain Island. Rain Island's part of the detached reefs in this Cape York area. We'll be mapping around the edges of Rain Island, but with only 2 dives remaining after this, Marty, we probably won't be diving near Rain Island. We'll have some other deeper targets to look at. We also have to try and fit in a mid-water dive for Dougal Lindsay. So, like I said, we're at the kind of the pointy end of our leg 2.
Yep.
And once we leave here, we'll be heading back to Cairns. Leg 3, you'll be taking over and taking the ship southwards towards the Swain
To
Reefs.
the Swains where we started from.
That's right, and then out into the Coral Sea Marine Park to go and look at the Tasmantid seamounts, which are a chain of extinct volcanoes that are within the Coral Sea Marine Park. And we have some really interesting things planned there, haven't we?
We do. I'm not sure how much we should reveal.
Yeah, we might keep that up our sleeve for the moment. But we will not have the ROV team.
That's right, yeah.
It is a mapping only exercise. The ROV team needs a break,
Yeah, we do.
which leads us into...
As much as we would like to have them here for another
Yeah,
month.
yeah, another year
All the way
perhaps.
back to Brisbane.
So there's a lot going on still. Of course, COVID and everything's just creating havoc with everybody, all science expeditions all around the world, and you know, all of these expeditions that are here in the Great Barrier Reef as a direct result of the issues around vessels and people moving around the globe.
We're so fortunate for our team to be able to do any field work, let alone research at sea. During these times, we're counting ourselves very lucky indeed.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we have the Falkor, which has a world-class multi-beam mapping system on board. The data quality is exceptional. Not only bathymetry or depth data, but also the backscatter or texture maps that it creates. And then, of course, we can ground truth it with the ROV SuBastian.
Yeah.
But everything is limited by your crew, your ship's crew, and it's always been a challenge to get people on and off the vessel because they have to fly in from overseas, and there
Nice little
is
solitary coral reef.
it's difficult with the ban on international travel into Australia. So
Yeah, I mean the amount of
just the lead time people need.
flights that have been booked and cancelled and
Yeah,
rebooked and cancelled. Just it's just been an ongoing process
Mm.
for months now.
So there's a change out of crew in Cairns on the 30th of October, and that's what we're working towards. So it's the 20th today. We've only got a little bit over a week left here of this expedition. We'll be spending most of our time in the detached reefs area, this far northern Cape York, but we have to squeeze in at least a 2-day trip up to the Torres Strait to get more fuel.
That's right.
We've done so much travel, like thousands and thousands of kilometres of sailing since the beginning of October, that we need a bit of a top up of fuel, otherwise we'll be paddling back to Cairns.
Yeah, we'll be riding the EAC back down.
But the question is, do we know when SuBastian will start diving in? We do not know.
No.
Big stylasterid coral here on the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is here, Marty. The
No, I don't know either.
that larger one. Big squat lobster over under the.
There it is.
There we go. It's squat lobsters coming out.
No one's jumping up and down excitedly about that, so I think we can keep moving on.
So this expedition is just a series of expeditions that the Schmidt Ocean Institute committed to late last year, which was to do a full circumnavigation of Australia over the entire year. So it was always going to be out here in Australia. Expeditions had been lined up well in advance. The first ones were down in the Bremer Canyon down in southwest Western Australia in the Indian Ocean, and then the Perth Canyon. And then the last expedition before COVID really struck was Nerida Wilson's expedition with the Museum of Western Australia over in the Ningaloo Canyon, so just off Ningaloo Reef. And then COVID struck and the ship had to, all ports were closing right around Australia, cruise ships and all those other vessels.
Yep.
And they headed east. So they arrived off Cairns in mid-April, and that's when we started talking with the Schmidt Ocean Institute about what could be done in the Great Barrier Reef and Coral Sea, considering that most of those northern expeditions that had been planned were all cancelled. And that's how we ended up going out into the Queensland Plateau.
And we feel for those scientists and science parties that have had their voyages cancelled or rescheduled. We've been in that situation too, haven't we?
Yeah,
we had
for sure.
an expedition that we would have been on in May on a different vessel, on the Investigator, Australia's Marine National Facility, CSIRO.
That was
Water
cancelled.
research ship, and that was cancelled for us. Fortunately, we've been rescheduled, but that'll be in the middle of 2022. So.
Yes, yeah, it's been rescheduled, but it's 2 years hence.
Yep.
But anyway, yeah, so.
But at least we've been rescheduled, which is better than not.
Not at all, been completely scratched off the list.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, we've been very busy with the Falkor. This is the third expedition out here. We're looking at, well, nearly 3 months worth of surveying, mapping and surveying, and I think we'd be well over 40,000 square kilometres of ocean floor mapped.
It's phenomenal.
With this Cape York area that we've been mapping, a lot of it's done for the very first time. That would significantly add to that number.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this, Marty. Is this an anemone, or it looks anemone-like?
It's anemone-esque, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now when I see anything like that with all of its tentacles curled in, I just think of that Dumbo octopus that we saw back early on.
The one, the other day.
Was it on our second dive or something like that? It was quite early
Oh
on.
yes, this is the one that was
The one that had all the tentacles curled in.
Oh, what have we got here?
yeah.
Looks like a black coral with
interesting.
some these benthic ctenophores,
I don't know.
or little anemones attached to the top. We'll have to have a
What are we
close-
looking at here?
That is an odd combination. They look like anemones.
Yeah, they do. It's too bad for that black coral. It's been a bit smothered there.
I don't think we've seen anything like that, Marty.
No.
I mean, most of the anemones are down on the seafloor. This is at the very tip of this. You think it's a black coral of some kind?
I think it's a black coral that they're that they've colonised on. quite unusual. I think they're anemones. I'm waiting for Dougal to jump out and go, it's a benthic siphonophore collector.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Yeah,
I don't
that
think
was
it is.
that was the Dougal's priority today.
Yeah.
Benthic tinfoils. No, these look like anemones to me.
Yep. All right.
You guys what that would look like? Okay.
All right. Let's carry on. 300 metres. Be good to get to 200 metres relatively quickly.
Yeah, what are we now? It's half past one in the afternoon here. We're trying to make our dives no longer than 7 hours. You imagine the concentration required to fly the SuBastian. The RV team, we've only got 3 people here and they have to take turnabout to have a bit of a break.
We're yet to get into the mesophotic zone proper, and when we do,
It'll
be
pop,
a
everything will pop
bonanza.
out. Yeah.
Let's head on up.
The background's definitely this framework coral. You know, we're not talking a rubble zone here,
No.
but deeper than most
Nice
places we've been
pencil
to.
action.
It's evil.
Okay.
When we say framework coral, we're talking about the typical coral reef development that you get if you were to, let's say, put a drill core down through the middle of a coral reef and pull out that plug. You would see how the coral creates a frame upon which everything else grows. So it's in situ. It's not like rubble that's tumbled down slope. This is grown here. It just is deeper water, and we think it's got something to do with subsidence that's probably happened in the past. Gee, there's lots of nooks and crannies here, isn't there, Marty? Lots of little stalastrid corals, these little white delicate coral colonies.
Might be a little scorpion fish there. But we'll keep going.
You know, at 15 degrees C, so water's continuing to warm. We've just crossed into the high 200s depth zone, so probably another 100 meters further up we'll start seeing red coralline algae,
Yeah.
indicating the lower limits of
Yep.
photosynthetic light.
And we might see if any of our colleagues on shore want to join in,
Yeah.
maybe Daniela or Tom.
Yeah, we'd like to get some audio input from some of our shoreside principal investigators. We have quite a big team of people ashore. John and Will, our ichthyologists from CSIRO, Jeremy, Tom, our coral experts, Daniela, coral ecologist extraordinaire. Oh geez, who else? Engel Pujabanabio from University of Grenada, Jodie Webster, marine geologist at University of Sydney. Who else? Is Willem Renema
Yeah, Willem's been tuning in
Willem
from the Naturalis Biodiversity Centre in the
in the Netherlands, yeah, a world expert on foraminifera.
and has been studying the benthic forams in the Great Barrier Reef for a long time.
Merrick Eakins, sponge taxonomist. He's the curator of invertebrates at the Queensland Museum in Brisbane, where a lot of these samples will end up. Oh gee, there is, who are we missing? There's more, obviously. Richard Fitzpatrick from Biopixel has done a lot of work up in this part of Cape York, mainly to do with, I guess, filming on Rain Island, where we're very close to Rain Island, probably only about 60 kilometres away from where we are now. And has
There's
been
plenty of
involved
room in 3-4.
and has been involved with the whale shark and tiger shark satellite
Do you want
tracking around here.
Well, box, yeah.
$12? Alright, the whole thing? I have one free that we get, I don't know where it is. Ready? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright, report out.
You want to put it in, it's pretty small. It can go into the quad.
C's empty, I think.
See is empty.
Okay. What's up? I won't try to grab it. Well, what? I'll move it.
We want to keep a lookout for a rock to get as well, Marty. And with this kind of coral or the coral rock rubble behind us, we can do all age dating and look at even work out
Hopefully, depending
species.
on- species for sure, yeah, coral species. Hopefully we can date them. It depends on the condition that they're in.
So a nice fresh face would
Yeah.
be good.
All right, let's go. Yep, sure.
Move on? Alright.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Move on. Go.
Is it a rock right
We
here?
need to- Is it a, can you reach one right here?
I can sit back down if we need to.
No, it's all right. Go on.
Like right there. Is that rock right there?
If you can grab it quickly, come along.
Which rock? You can snatch some of the overhang off. Where?
Any of that.
Alright, you fly. Probably not, we'll just stick it out. Where are you going from?
Whatever one.
Bottom? Yeah, top two.
All right, while we're here, we'll see if we can grab a bit of this framework coral that we've been talking about. Hopefully we can break a piece off here without too much trouble. The next question will be, where are we going to put it?
We got it's pretty hard.
It is hard.
There he goes.
Oh, there we go. Well done.
Good job, buddy.
Great job. Let's have a look. Can we have a look at the face?
Face? Yeah.
The face.
Where we pick it up?
Great. No, just
Oh, right
in
here.
the minute. Yep. Let's get a nice. Oh, it's soft. Crumbly. Okay, I think 1D, white box 1D is empty. Yeah, put it in there. Thank you. Oh, that smells good.
Coffee.
I've just walked in with coffee.
Coffee top up. Most important machine on the ship.
No science before coffee.
Coffee machine.
Said 1 gig, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, definitely challenged to age date this crumbly coral.
Yeah, might be a lot in that, but the composition of it, what it's made of, will still tell us a lot of good information, even if we can't get an age on it.
Yeah, so we have to rely on our expert,
Yeah.
Luke Northdorf at Queensland University of Technology, and Jodie Webster at the University of Sydney to help identify this framework coral and do all the geochem work on it. So the geochem work can tell us a lot about the age, when it was growing, when it was in place, and then of course we can relate that to the depth at which it was collected. So one of the things about the SuBastian is it's tracked in real time, and we have a very precise position, depth, X, Y, and Z for where everything is collected. And so when we reach out to other colleagues and they ask us, we can show them exactly where, in a three-dimensional sense, they were collected. And with the timestamp, it gives us that fourth dimension as well. Oh, it's a whole lot of urchins here, pencil urchins. See, there's two over here, Marty, and one over here.
Keep going. All right. 295 metres. We need to get up to that 200 metre mark.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. We'll probably be diving for about another 2 hours at the most.
The most. Yeah,
Yeah.
we want to spend a little bit of time in that mesophotic zone,
Yeah.
where we always run out of time,
Yeah,
every
we do.
time.
It's very busy up there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Still, I enjoyed that big drowned reef pinnacle at the start of the dive.
Yeah.
Lots
yeah,
going
there's
on
lots
in
to
there.
see there.
So we were just thinking, if we've only got 2 more dives left on this leg 2. What would your priorities be there, Marty? What should we aim for?
I think for me, I have 2 things in mind that would be on my wish list. It would be great if we can do a final midwater plankton survey for Dougal, if we can manage that in. We did one right at the very start, which was our first dive for this expedition, much further down south, not long after we left Brisbane. We did one, and then to do one again in the north would be great. But personally, I would love to get down into the bottom of that second lower level in that waterfall in Wreck Bay.
Yeah, you're talking
And
2,000
that's
metres
like
down.
2,000 metres.
That's 2 k's down. Yeah, very deep part of the Great Barrier Reef.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Marty.
My-
I really love
Yeah.
those really deep and steep zones. So you kind of have to choose it, don't you? Either do a mesophotic dive, or you either do it fully deep.
Yeah, you can't do
together.
both. Right. The shot of the inset there on the multi-beam.
Yeah, so if you have a look in the middle of Wreck Bay, there's this first plunge pool. Now that top of that is around about 800 metres. At the bottom of the plunge pool, that first real steep cliff, that's about a 300 metre high cliff. So where it drops into at the bottom of that cliff is about 1,000 metres. If you look below it, there's a second deep plunge pool. That's nearly 2 kilometres deep. That's not far from where we are now, diving on the very northern side of Wreck Bay. So this is a really spectacular landscape. What's living down there? No one knows.
Who
No one's
knows?
ever been
Who
there
knows?
before.
Looks like the Kraken's lair down there.
It does, yeah.
I'd
who would
love
have
to
thought
see
it was
what it looks
such
like.
a weird underwater landscape?
I think you could almost plan an expedition where you just come back to Wreck Bay and survey all those different features there.
That's right.
You could spend a month here.
Yeah, so our last dive was at a similar plunge pool environment near that southern small detached reef, and that was just fantastic.
It was.
You know, we had a 300 metre
Fish. Who's this guy?
vertical cliff. Hey, and there's a visitor.
Oh, a couple.
Is his mate coming in?
What have we got here?
Whatever.
No. Not being sociable
Not sticking
today.
around. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll see some more.
Yeah.
Yes, that I would like a really deep dive. So how about we do that? We'll find a really deep spot. We've still got quite a bit of mapping to be done. We never know. We
I was
may
just
find
gonna
some
say,
more.
oh, that's Tubipora musica, organ pipe coral skeleton there,
Yeah.
not a live one. Yeah, we say these things and then we map the next area and we
go,
say,
"Oh,
oh, we
look
have to
at
go
that."
there. We've got to go there.
But with only 2 ROV dives left, maybe in Australia this year,
Yeah.
we have to be
Yep.
real careful. We never lose out. You know, it's not
Oh,
like we
no.
go, oh, this wasn't a good dive.
Yeah,
They're
no, it's
always
always
good.
something.
They're always really interesting. But for me, the really deep part, you know, in that cold water coral zone is just fascinating.
Temperature's picked up. We're up to 16.5 degrees Celsius now.
It's
Getting
very
warmer.
steep. It's still very steep though, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm seeing more rubble, more like debris.
yeah. Rather than framework.
Still, these white stelastrid hydrocorals have been with us for a lot of this.
Is it a
look
massive
at this
coral?
Look at this colony in front of us.
Wow.
Like a big favid, like the whole thing. The size of it. So it stretches all the way over here. Can we just have a quick zoom in on the corallites here, guys? What
Luke,
would you
if
say?
you're watching,
A
you can give
favid?
us an idea on this one.
Big polyps. Big coral polyps.
Corallites.
Corallites.
Yeah.
Look at that, just like one big colony.
Yeah, we refer to
knocked
the-
off. Maybe
yeah.
a cyclone.
We call it massive, referring to not massive as in size, although it is a good size, but massive is the morphology shape of it, just a
Small
big
bowls
dome, sort
alike.
of dome shape.
Yeah, as opposed to staghorn
Yeah,
or branched
exactly.
corals. There you go. That's one big colony.
Beautiful. I think it would be impossible to break a bit off that, so I don't think we'll even try. There's nothing there to get any purchase on or leverage off, so I'll keep going.
Which one?
No, no,
She said you can't do it. So no,
we don't have time.
She said she would love to have part of that, but she didn't think that she could get it out. So.
I'm keen to get up into the mesophotic now.
We need to plant the flag again
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, we do.
Find some little spectacular outcrop. Yeah, look how steep that slope is. Well, we know it's steep because the ship's only about 50 to 100 metres
Very
just off
close.
the edge of the shallow reef. You can just step out on the back deck. You could easily swim to it. It's very calm here. It's a bit cloudy, but it's
Yeah.
very.
Overcast.
There's hardly any wind, and we're just sitting here on the edge of Wishbone Reef.
I have to pinch myself every time I hear you say we're on the edge of Wishbone Reef. I can't believe we're here. I'm here. Climbing up.
Oh, another big colony coming into view on the right. No, just there.
Oh yeah.
Wanna look at that?
No, keep going.
Looks very much like a scree slope here, doesn't it?
This would be
Right.
prime avalanche country, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
We had
Dominoes.
the avalanche meter going on the last dive,
Wait,
didn't
what
we?
did we get up to 4? We got up to
Something like
4
that.
on the avalanche meter.
Oh, here we go. It's a
Scorpion
little scorpion
fish.
fish. So,
Sitting there chilling out.
coral Jenga.
Yes.
You know,
That's
Jenga, the
right.
game,
Yeah,
you pull
the
out
game,
your
yep.
sticks and the whole thing comes tumbling down.
Mm-hmm.
I always lose to my son Ben. He's obviously got much steadier hands than I do. But yeah, you can imagine just pulling out the wrong rock here and the
Yep.
whole thing gives way. Look how steep
Be a
that
very
is.
bad day for whatever's hanging out down below. He's pretty. Beautiful colouring. Alright. Look at that one just stacked on top there like that.
Mm.
Alright, up we go.
Does all look very precarious here, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Not take much at all to send all of that shooting down. No.
216 metres, 60 metres, 16.5 degrees C, so warming pretty quickly.
It's gonna break down.
Yeah, reality, the steepness here, Greg, is probably anywhere between maybe 30 to 60 degrees slope.
Less than a Saturday.
Another big colony right here,
Ah,
Marty. You can
yes.
see
Oh,
the
look,
broken face of
yeah.
it. So we're just passing over, imagine cross section through
That's-
the coral colony.
Yep.
This is all tumbled down here. It's all
Yep.
just stuck together.
Nice
Oh, that's
anemone.
pretty.
Oh, well.
Yeah, sorry. we just bumped the slope. I don't know if we want the avalanche meter.
Accidentally.
We don't want the avalanche meter working here. Probably,
My hands were busy.
probably not a good place to start an avalanche.
What are you doing with your hands, Cody?
Check the cameras and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most of this coral rubble is just it's rolled down this very steep slope
Yeah.
from the shallow coral reef. It's right next to us at the moment. So 260 metres now. We're going to start seeing this hard rock. Oh, there's a lovely overhang here. Marty.
Oh, yeah, this looks like this is older.
Older cast.
The cast. What is it doing here?
Yeah. This looks like the kind of rock that we're
we
looking at the
down
beginning of the
below.
dive.
Yeah. Now that is interesting. 250 metres. Okay.
Back up slowly. Can't get too close to it.
Wow.
Yeah, this is above you, dude.
Wow, this is really good.
Overhanging
Really
above
steep.
Sebastian.
Lots
We
of
have to move
overhanging.
out.
We're looking
Yeah.
in the vision above us. The camera's above us. It's we could lose the Sebastian in the cave that's above us.
So this is interesting.
Yeah,
We're 250
it doesn't look
metres.
framework
No,
coral at
it's-
all. I mean, not like what we've seen a bit deeper.
that's right.
It just looks like
This
a cave
looks-
environment.
And it looks like it would have to be older than
Mm.
what we were just passing
There
over.
we go. Now, all these are little white stelastrid hydrocorals. These delicate corals, like a fringe.
Yeah. Gosh. So now this is definitely cast. Limestone cast, which is weathering as a result of dissolution.
Yeah. So you can imagine this was uplifted or exposed to the air, and you've got water fresh water running down it and,
Yeah.
and carving these gullies. Gee
Gosh,
whiz.
look at that. That is vertical. Amazing. And the modern Great Barrier Reef, as we know it, is sitting on top
On top of it.
of this.
Wow, wait, that is amazing landscape. Do you think this is given away here, like the edge, like it's pulled away?
Does look like that, doesn't it?
But really has that cast cave-like environment.
No, I'll just keep going. Thanks. I know you want to get into a cave. Mm. 250 meters.
I like hanging out in caves. I take my family up to Chiligo Caves when we
Yeah.
can. Yeah, I like getting in the nooks and crannies and things. So this,
So I haven't been out there. That's no longer any river or water running through that
No.
cave. It's high and dry now.
pretty much high and dry.
Yeah.
It does get flooded during the really big wet seasons,
Yeah.
but you know, you can just crawl through this old limestone. It's really old, it's like Devonian kind of limestone.
Yep.
And what I think is fascinating is a lot of that limestone rock, you can see animals in it
Yeah.
that were really numerous in those days and long extinct, but there's just a handful of species that are still living in the relic living animals in these deeper waters. So we saw brachiopods a couple of dives ago, and in these Chiligo caves behind Cairns, you can see whole rock faces filled with brachiopods, which would have dominated the shallow seas back in those days. And now just a few living relics in these deeper waters. Sea lilies is another example.
Yep. Crinoids. Stalked crinoids.
Stalked crinoids. Back in the Devonian, they would have just been gardens of these things, because you can
Over the
see
seafloor.
limestone filled with the fossil remains of sea lilies, and we do see them in the deep coral sea here. You know, occasional stalked crinoids.
There we are,
Look at that.
There we go.
That's great. Just looks like a cave cast environment.
Yeah.
You can imagine a freshwater stream running down and
pouring down that.
down there.
It's one of my favourite caving experiences was at the Waitomo Caves in New Zealand, which I think are Miocene age, or Oligocene. And that still has the river rushing through there. Some
It's
parts
very
of the
wet.
cave are dry, so you can go exploring through, but the river is still going through those, and you can go blackwater rafting. So you jump on inflatable inner tubes, and in you go into the cave. It's quite dark in there. There's glowworms.
Yeah, the glowworms
Yeah,
are fascinating.
yeah. So blackwater rafting through Waitomo Caves was pretty cool, and you could see fossils on the walls
Yeah.
as well. Yeah. Wonder if either Tom or Daniela are online at the moment. Maybe if you could just reach out to us on our Slack chat and let us know if you are there, just so we know who's around for shortly when we come up into the mesophotic zone.
That's right. Better get you set up for an audio before we get into the mesophotic zone. And just getting an insert view of the mapping that the Falkor's done over the last 24 hours. So we've been mapping inside this wreck bay, and we're at the very northern end of wreck bay, diving up the steep flank walls of Wishbone Reef. So we started down around 500 metres, went over some quite prominent pinnacles. We know that they're limestone, they're made of calcium carbonate, and we're climbing up the steeper flanks here up to the shallow reef, about 200 metres above us, because the ship is just like swimming distance away. and you can see how steep it is. And we've had this quite dramatic landscape. We're into something that looks like a cave environment, so karst-like. It must have been exposed to the air in the long geological past, and it's carved all these really distinct little grooves and caves and cavities.
You can see the difference in the texture between the rough branching framework that we were looking at earlier versus how smoothed over this is as a result of running water, fresh water. Sort of that weak carbonic acid that dissolves the limestone.
Yeah, that's right. This cannot have been caused underwater as we're seeing it now. It must have been exposed in the long geological past. Well, this is the next best thing to cave diving, isn't it? We
Yeah.
can share it with the world.
Oh, there we go, in the inset there.
It's a view from the back deck,
Uh,
and you just make out the shallow reef just behind it. It's only
you
about
can see how close we are.
probably about 50 to 100 metres away. You can see that blue colour.
Lovely calm day outside.
Yeah, it's
Thank goodness.
very nice here.
I don't think we'd be sitting here right now if it was
No,
a bit
we'd be a bit further out.
blowing.
Yeah, but it's a nice time to be on the Great Barrier Reef. But we're only here for about another week, aren't we, Marty?
Yeah, and it's time to start heading back down to Cairns. And there'll be a crew change
And then into leg 3.
to leg 3.
I'll be getting off in Cairns, and you'll be
Vicky
continuing
and I
on.
will still be here.
Yeah. You've
Crew
got,
change over. We'll
you got
still
your
be
name,
here.
your name stenciled onto the cabin door. Now, haven't you,
Just
Marty?
about. Yeah. Yeah. I think John's getting it set up.
Yep. So we're going to try and get Daniela Ciccarelli to join us. Danny was involved with the Falkor expedition out in the Queensland Plateau. She had a lot of experience doing shallow water reef ecology surveys out there, and it was great to have her join us for that earlier expedition. And we'll see if we can get Danny in for this dive up into the shallower waters here.
It'll just take us a few moments here to just switch around our settings for the audio and get Danny into a Zoom call with us here.
No, shut it out. Just shut it out.
And the temperature's gone up to 19.5 degrees. So we are 195 metres below sea level, nearly 200 metres down, and the temperature is almost 20 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Appreciate you taking that, handle.
So we're just getting the audio set up here. There's always a bit of a juggle when you're trying to bring someone in from ashore. So we'll be helping chat with Danny. I've got Valerie next to me and Joan behind me as well. And we'll bring Danny Ciccarelli in. I think Danny's in Townsville. So we're just waiting for her to get set up, and then she'll be able to come in and speak to, I guess, the coral. There we go. Just wait for it. Talk about some of the shallow coral environment that's in the vicinity here. So still climbing up this steep wall. We're at 180 meters. We'll be seeing this red coralline algae pretty shortly, Valerie. It's the lower light limit of photosynthetic light.
Yeah, we could really see during that last mesophotic dive that the transition was so drastic from being, quite a bleak background, I guess, to so colorful. So
Yeah, just boom, It happens very quickly. And then literally, we'll only rise maybe 10 meters and suddenly everything will just start jumping out, and lots of, that mesophotic dive that the last one we did, do you remember the fan corals that we saw?
Yeah, they were gigantic.
Like forests of fan corals.
Over a meter large, they were, wow, amazing. Yeah, you could also see, I remember on the last dive, certain areas where you could actually see the thermocline, which was, I think, fascinating because you could actually see the jump in temperature. Oh, did we just go through it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we just went through another one there. But yeah, I just love seeing that because it's funny. I know when you're diving as well, you can sometimes see it and you can almost put your hand through it and you can feel the difference.
Yeah. So the thermocline is really distinct boundary between warmer and cooler waters.
Yeah.
And optically, when you're looking through it, you get like a shimmer effect, don't you?
Yeah. So yeah, you can almost often see that layer, almost like you're putting your arm into a lake of some sort.
Yeah, I remember looking at a documentary on like Mexican sinkholes and the like, and there's this fresh water, salt water, there's no mixing inside, and it's almost like looking at a mirror.
Yeah.
With the light bouncing off it.
No, it's incredible to see that mix of two different substances that should mix, you would expect, but really don't.
But it doesn't. Yeah, it's quite stratified. Mainly, when you get these calmer weathers, it does stratify more and more. You need wind to really to mix it up.
I do remember also watching, I think it was an episode of Blue Planet. It was actually the deep episode. I don't know if you remember seeing this, but there was one part where they almost showed a sort of, it looked like a lake, but obviously it's underwater, so it's not.
A brine
But it was
pool,
just,
I think.
yeah, and you could see the eels going into this toxic substance to feed in it. But it was incredible seeing something that is underwater, but
Deep underwater too.
Deep underwater,
Yeah.
exactly, and you wouldn't think that because there's this lake, I guess, that formed.
Yeah. Yeah, the surface is definitely getting busier, isn't it?
Yeah, you can already tell there's more and more color as well. I'm personally looking forward to maybe seeing some pygmy seahorses if we could.
Yeah,
That
fingers
would be-
crossed. Well, you do have to look close. There's a cowrie shell over here on the left.
I know for those little guys, it's really hard because they're just so small and just so well camouflaged.
Yeah, only a couple of centimetres long. It was J-Rod's sharp eyes that picked that one out. That was in the last expedition, the seamounts, canyons and reefs of the Coral Sea.
Yeah, I remember seeing a photo of that and being so impressed because at the time, obviously, I didn't know how good the camera was for SuBastian, but yeah, it's really something else.
Couple of delicate feather stars on this coral colony.
the audio, or we just get?
Yep. Yep. Bring Danny in anytime you like, John. Welcome back, everybody. This is Robin Beeman, sitting in the Falkor, but just having Daniela Ciccarelli join us from her home in Townsville. Danny, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me as well?
Yeah, loud and clear. Danny, will you go ahead and introduce yourself? We're just looking at we're just out in the water column now. I think we're looking at a shark that's zooming past.
Okay, I'll keep my eye out. Yeah, so my name's Daniela Ciccarelli. I live on Magnetic Island. I got my PhD at, oh, there it is. It's a silver tip. And two. Are they silver tips or oceanic white tips?
No, I think they're silver tips, Danny. Yeah, oceanic whites got much broader pectoral fins.
Yeah, I thought so. They were just a bit buzzing past. Anyway, sorry, got distracted. Yeah, so I did my PhD at JCU on coral reef ecology, looking at the effects of herbivory on coral reefs. And since then, I've worked as a consultant, so it means I freelance as a researcher for whoever, various organizations, James Cook Uni very often, AIMS quite often. I do contract work for Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, and also recently for IUCN, working with Pacific Island countries on their marine spatial planning. So I guess I do two things. I do a lot of field work where I'm the fish person, and then I do a lot of writing work where I write, I guess they're literature reviews really, gathering background knowledge to help inform marine spatial planning or marine protected area planning.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. And I'm sitting here at the desk and I've got Valerie next to me, Valerie Cornett. She's a bit like you, perhaps a generation younger, maybe. Valerie, do you want to introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, hi Danny. So I'm Valerie. I'm also at JCU at the moment, but I'm finishing off my master's at the moment. So I'm doing my final research project. I have actually applied for a PhD, but I'm currently considering whether I would, really want to pursue that right now. I don't really want to rush into anything either. But yeah, my plan is to kind of go down that path as well. And yeah, I mean, I'm not from Australia, but I really do want to stay here for at least a while because I do see the potential and the research. So that's why I kind of see my home here for at least the next couple of years. But yeah, I'm also JCU, soon to be alum.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I mean, I'm not originally from Australia either, but I think if you're interested in marine biology, this is really the place to be in terms of what's going on, and also the need of the marine environment to be understood and protected, and also the opportunities that are offered here as well. As I'm speaking, here we are. Seeing parts of the outer Great Barrier Reef for the very first time, and same with the Coral Sea, which even in the shallow areas we have just only recently done these really broad scale, systematic ecological surveys of the shallow coral reefs, and then recently also with the Falkor and the ROV SuBastian, we were able to look at the deep waters, which is when Rob kindly invited me to take part, which I feel very, very lucky to be here watching this.
Yeah, I think I can definitely say the same. I feel extremely grateful to be on this boat. And that's so true. I mean, I grew up in Hong Kong, which isn't exactly really known for marine biology or great coral reefs. I know that you do have coral reefs in Hong Kong, but it really isn't quite the same as in Australia. And then I moved to the UK, which is a lot less tropical. Obviously, it's a lot more colder waters. But it's always been my dream to be able to come to the Great Barrier Reef and to study it. So I thought, I feel like this is where it kind of is at. This is where we kind of need most of the research to be done at the moment. So that's why I also made the move to Australia.
Yeah, for sure. And also the research done here also often will serve as a blueprint for research done elsewhere, especially in countries that maybe don't have the capacity. If things get tested out here where we do have more resources and more people, then once we know what we're doing, or we think we know what we're doing, because things change constantly, even with the taxonomy, then we can sort of export or take them with us as, if we go and do science in other places.
Yeah, Danny. We're just exploring the audio here. It's always a bit of a mash-up with the audio. Three of us have got head mics, and we're talking with you. But yeah, I mean, we've had to jump through those hoops a few times, like bringing you in involved at the Queensland Plateau, that very first expedition, Falkor expedition out the Coral Sea. It was terrific to have you join us, especially as we're looking at more reefs for the first time, really isolated coral reef out in the Sea Marine Park. But, from a Great Barrier Reef perspective, we are in almost as isolated at this very far northern area. Very few vessels come out in this part of Cape York Peninsula. Of course, the work that's done is usually in the shallow coral reefs, but Falkor was the first to do any deep ROV mapping and surveys in this part of the Great Barrier Reef.
Yeah, it is. It's really exciting to be part of something like this. So thanks again, Rob, for inviting me. And exploring these things for the first time it's fun and exciting and beautiful, and we're discovering new things. But I mean, it strikes me today. I've been on Zoom with the Samoan government departments that are looking at marine spatial planning in their waters, and we were grappling with the fact that we're dealing with such data-poor environments that it's very hard to make decisions about what to protect, where, or how to zone marine areas for different human activities, and how to include as much biodiversity as we can when we don't know where that is. And exploration like this is incredibly valuable for filling those information gaps.
Yes, right. And then you're getting to, I guess, the heart of how you do marine spatial planning, and how the Australian government dealt with it back in 2004 was to generate very large green zones, understanding that we don't have a full understanding of what's down there. So in the Cape York area where we are now, there are a lot of green zones, very large portions of the offshore area been made, or essentially like marine parks, no-take areas. But here we are now exploring and realising they're very, very special. But thankfully, we have that earlier marine spatial planning, which made larger zones rather than smaller areas as no-take zones.
Yeah, well, I guess those are the criteria that you have to apply, or the principles you have to apply when you don't know what is there. And so you don't know where the richer biodiversity is, and it's almost like protecting larger areas is insurance against, you know, missing out on things that that we do want to protect. This is looking very complex, very carved out slope here.
Yeah, I agree, Jenny. I mean, we're seeing probably framework coral creating lots of cavities, but there was like a karst-like environment a little bit deeper down where, you know, like a karst is in cave-like environment, so lots of cavities and nooks and crannies for animals to find hidey holes. So we might have a bit of an explore around here. We're definitely in the mesophotic zone, and we're really noticing corals starting to pop out of the walls.
Yeah, well, everything we're seeing down here, you know, is sort of new to me, and a lot of us, I think, are saying that. I've heard. I have been following everything on YouTube, even though this is my first time on the live feed, on the audio. But you know, it is kind of funny when you're, you know, sort of so used to jumping in and just being able to rattle things off and count them and size them and, you know, swim along doing that, you know, with 200 species of fish swimming around you, and then to get down here, which, I mean, it's not really that far away when you think about it. It's 140 meters away from where I normally might be counting fish, and I'm really stumped. You know, I'm sort of like I'm in awe of the guys who are on the live YouTube chat identifying things, because this is all quite new to me.
Yeah,
I think we've got another bobtail squid in front of us here, Danny.
Yeah, it's so cute. A second one of the day. Wow.
No, it could be cuttlefish. I'm seeing much more of an internal skeleton on this one, a little baby cuttlefish.
I'm just going to turn off my video because my screen is just that little bit blurry. I think I'm using up maybe some bandwidth. So, but yeah, it does have that cuttlefish sort of swimming motion, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's slightly translucent, and I can see a broad cuttlefish bone in it. So I'm pretty sure it's a cuttlefish and not a squid. Just going to manoeuvre the SuBastian, get a better position here.
Do you know, have we got anyone on the team who can identify cephalopods?
None in the principal investigators, but we've had a lot of help from people ashore. So the last dive, we went really deep, down 1,000 meters or more, and we saw lots of squid, and people were able to identify what we were seeing down there. So let's see if we can find them again. It just seems to have disappeared into a hole.
It's also really amazing that the fine control of this ROV. You know, I've often sort of looked at things sort of flash by on the screen and gone, oh well, and then you know, the ROV turns and goes really close and just hovers there. I'm really impressed. So I think I was hearing before that the ROV pilots have a fan club already. So, I'm part of that fan club. I'll join in as a.
Yeah, I think we're all part of the fan club, Danny. I think every day we'd like to say thank you to our amazing pilots here. So you're totally right on that. And I know that with the YouTube and the Facebook chat, we're constantly seeing people being fangirls and fanboys out there. So
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we talk a lot about the technology, and it is pretty amazing technology. The SuBastian was custom built to do this scientific exploration, and it's one of the world's best deep ROVs. But, you know, it doesn't happen without people. And of course, that includes all of the shoreside technicians that helped build it all back in 2016. So here we are in the 400th dive, SuBastian. We have team of Cody, Chris and J-Rod here on board with us at the moment. You have to remember, this thing is as big as a large car. I think it's nearly 3 tons. Big beast. And yet they can do this delicate dance around the caves, or just sticking your head under a little overhang just to see what's living at the back. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that's amazing for sure, and to do it all remotely, you know, sitting on a ship, you know, it's really amazing how far technology has come. And I mean, they are talking about replacing ecological surveys by divers with ROVs and AUVs, and I'm not really for that. But down here, because I'd be out of a job, of course. But down here, I can see that it makes sense, and B, the technology and the skills of people driving the technology have come so far that we really can do very fine work.
yeah, and I guess it takes away a lot of the limitations that are there with how long you can stay underwater as well, and how close you can get to things. I mean, there's still always going to be human error, but that might actually manage to reduce that. So yes, we don't want to, you know, take away jobs like yours, Danny, of course, but obviously, I think ROV research is really the future as well, especially in habitats like this, where obviously we wouldn't be able to access them without.
Yeah, the substrate here is getting very busy now, Danny. We're 140 metres. It's 22.9 degrees C, so quite comfortable swimming even at this temperature. Seeing a lot more marine life on the sides here. But I've always been really keen on this underwater technology. I've always been interested in the deep. Even though I'm a keen scuba diver, for me it's always been about what's down in the depths. And having done a lot of mapping in the Great Barrier Reef, like 3D depth mapping, I've never been able to see really what's down here until the Falkor arrived in Australian waters. So it's a dream come true to actually and see it at the same time. That's what's so remarkable. I guess also sharing it with the world. When we have the tools now, it's not just the surveying tools, but we can share this with the world. It's, you know, it's the beauty of this technology that so many more people can look at it, make more sense of the patterns and trends rather than just one expert knowing it all. We can reach out to all the experts to try and find out what we're looking at.
Wow, this is so rich right here, isn't it?
Yeah, just looking at this other camera view, there's a lot going on just above us here. We're still only 140 metres depth.
But I know what you mean, Rob. We talked about this before, haven't we, of that, you know, when you're scuba diving and you look down a steep slope into the depths and you're like, whoa, what's down there? And yeah, you have maybe some fine maps these days, but it's not the same as this, what we're experiencing now, as being able to watch it live. And you know, like there are these expanses of very little, and then suddenly something pops out. And I guess when you're sharing this with the world, it's really, I love being able to share with people this sense of anticipation and excitement about what you're going to see next. And that happens down here for sure, but it also happens in the shallows still. I still always, even, you know, after thousands of dives, still always feel like, you know, every dive I come out and I've seen something cool that, you know, maybe I've seen it before, but or I've, you know, read about it, but it's always, there's always this sense of discovery and curiosity in everything you do. And the fact that this gets to be our job is, I just feel very fortunate.
Danny, we're just remarking this. Don't adjust your sets. Is actually the shimmering that we're seeing is the thermocline. So it's the mixing of the warmer surface waters with the cooler waters underneath, and you get that optical shimmer. You know, when you're a scuba diver, especially if you're looking through like a freshwater lens surface, you get this kind of shimmering effect. We're definitely seeing it here.
Yeah, and going back to what you were saying, Danny, I totally agree. Every single dive is always something fascinating, even in shallow water. But I think the one main difference with the deep waters is that, you know, even like something fascinating that you find here is usually, you know, a new undescribed species or something that no one ever seen before, or a range expansion. So I guess the difference is that in these deep waters, the interesting things that we see are really something that are just unique, and I guess you don't really get that as often in shallow waters. Even though I'm also a shallow water scientist. I love to dive as well, and this is my first time on a deep sea expedition. So, but to me it's really remarkable, just because, you know, I think in this last 2 weeks that we've been here, we've, you know, every single dive there's one new species or something that we're like, oh, actually this is currently classified in this genus, but we think it might be misclassified. And there's just always so many questions that, you know, we can ask ourselves, and so many answers, I guess, to get from this.
Yeah, that's, I guess, you know, working in the marine environment, we've only really been, you know, able to look down here for the last 60, 70 years, and we've only been able to strap tanks to our backs and go down there for the last only a few decades, really, compared to terrestrial ecologists and naturalists that have had access to those environments for much longer. So, you know, really, there's so much unexplored down here. Is it still, Rob, that we know less about the ocean than we know about the surface of the moon? Is that still true?
Yeah, most definitely. So the moon, of course, there's no water on it. It's just completely bare, and it's been surveyed with LiDAR, you know, laser points, you know, well over. Same with Mars. You know, the whole thing is, we know the full surface topography of Mars, and yet here on Earth, where, you know, 7/10 of the ocean of the Earth is underwater. Here we are, literally in the backyard of Great Barrier Reef, and for the first time we're revealing that three-dimensional shape of the seafloor. So that's just here on the edge of Australia, you know, first world country with a long history of seafloor mapping. So what we have now is we know that about 20% of the world's deep ocean is mapped. That's after, you know, a good century of effort to try and map it. So we have, you know, a good 80% still left to be mapped, and that's to understand our own Earth. So thankfully, you know, we're doing what we can here in the Great Barrier Reef to contribute our knowledge to the Earth looks like. But, you know, with the ocean covering 7/10 of the Earth, it doesn't penetrate very far. And so you have to use modern tools like sonar, multi-beam mapping, to really reveal that detailed shape of the seafloor. So unfortunately, that's where we're at. About 20% of the world's oceans have been mapped with any kind of modern technology. A long way to go, and that's why we're part of the Seabed 2030 project, which is this global effort to try and map the world's oceans by the year 2030. All of this seafloor mapping data that's been collected by the Falkor, contributing directly to adding to that global effort.
Yeah, and doesn't the CBD have a sort of a 30 by 30 target in terms of marine protection as well?
Yeah, I think so. That seems to be the target that people keep heading towards, that we should try and preserve the world's oceans, be they in the shallow continental shelves or in the deep ocean. We need to be looking at least 20 to 30% of that as no-take zones in order to preserve what we have. But, I think we're falling far short of our ability to look after the oceans, given the state that they're in with plastics and fish harvesting and the like. I'm just glad that here in Australia we have quite well managed marine parks, being the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park, and this is a World Heritage Area. At 30% of that is a green zone or a marine national park, an area where you can't take anything. You can visit, but we just can't take anything. So we're happy that this, certainly in Australia, that seems to be well managed.
Yeah, it's interesting, Rob, because that 30% number was arrived at through, a lot of research, but then a lot of modeling too, and a lot of trying to predict so what proportion of an area do you need to protect for it to really have a benefit for the whole area, and also still, give ecosystem services to humans like fisheries and things like this, and tourism, etc. And they basically, what happened is they did that on the Great Barrier Reef. It was applied in that as that proportion, and it seems to have worked in those in terms of fisheries and populations of target species recovering, and the state of the biodiversity in terms of what you can catch. Those sort of trophic levels that are fisheries target species seem to have recovered really well with a 30% protection. Of course, marine protected areas are they're no silver bullet, and they can't stop global warming or ocean warming or acidification and runoff and disasters and things like that. But certainly in terms of protecting fish species and also just controlling human use a little bit so that ecosystems have the chance to recover from whatever disturbance has last hit them, 30% seems to be a reasonable amount.
Hey, Danny, we're just having a chat here. We typically find around about this depth, around 125 to 130 metres, a really distinct level of caves and overhangs, and we think this has a lot to do with the last ice age, where sea levels dropped globally, all around the world, and here in the Great Barrier Reef we're seeing this pattern of overhangs and caves around about this depth zone. So for us it's important to actually grab a bit of coral rock that we can use for age dating and things like that. So we're just having a little bit of a wander along this wall, and we'll see if we can break off a chunk of reef we'll put in our sample boxes.
Great. Yeah, I've watched you do this a couple of times, and sometimes it's easier than others by the sound of it or by the looks of it. Looks like certain types of substrate are really, really hard and difficult to get a sample from, and others break off quite easily.
Yeah, this looks pretty crumbly to me, but we'll have a go, because if we can get some living framework coral, like a fresh piece, we can age date it, and it can tell us exactly when it grew, when it was living, and when it grew. But this just seems to be a pattern we're seeing everywhere. Whenever we do one of these mesophotic dives that are around about this sort of 125 to 130 metre mark, lots of caves and overhangs. So if you can imagine the sea levels dropping back to the penultimate last glacial maximum, which is this technical term for just where the sea level was at the end of the last ice age, about 20,000 years ago. Imagine the waves lapping up against the edge of this reef. Everything above it would have been a bare limestone wall. Waves cut and make this sort of overhang environment, and so it's important for us to take a sample here.
It also seems like there's this common theme which appears in the shallow reefs as well, where you have when you have complex substrate like this, the habitat's very structurally 3D complex. You tend to have more life, and that seems to be quite often the case even down this deep and even deeper, like even in really deep areas when there's been very, very flat substrate, there's been less life. And we see that, I mean, often when we analyze ecological data, that's what we're finding. We're finding that there's a very clear link between 3D structural complexity and how much life there is.
So Danny, have you often been struck by, I guess, these ridge and spur grooves that you find in the fronts of reefs? I know our colleague Stephanie Deuce did her PhD looking at ridge and spur grooves, quite often just using satellite imagery, and she could trace these ridge and spur grooves down into where it gets too hard for the satellite imagery to penetrate. But what we're seeing with these deeper dives is those ridge and spur grooves continue all the way down the reef front for over 200 meters. So really a lot of structural complexity. The ridge and spur grooves seem to be quite important for helping modify that habitat you talk about.
Yeah, definitely, and these outer shelf reefs are really typical for it because they just get pounded so hard by these constant swells and waves, and if a cyclone comes, they're first in line. And so out in the Coral Sea, it's very, very typical to see these ridge and spur and groove systems. But quite often it's interesting because up shallow it gets very flattened when they're very exposed to the southeasterly swell. I think there is an element of, oh, got one. It looks like it's coming quite easily. But yeah, it sort of looks like there's a flattening it's almost like there's a sort of a curve where if there's no disturbance in very sheltered areas, the habitat can be quite flat, and then if you get sort of this intermediate disturbance, you get quite complex habitat and more diversity, and then if the disturbance is too constant or too harsh, then the habitat tends to be flat again.
Yeah, I noticed that out in the Coral Sea, out in the Queensland Plateau there, Danny, I haven't done it much diving out there as you have, but I noticed that in those really shallow reefs, it was almost bulldozed. You had to get down to around 10 meters depth, and suddenly all that coral, the more fragile coral started, the living coral started to develop, and it became a lot more prolific. But yeah, the top of it just seemed to be bulldozed flat, probably because the swells, the wave energy is just so great. The Queensland Plateau, the offshore Coral Sea area.
Yeah, although it can be quite surprising. It can, like more reefs that you mentioned at the beginning of our chat here, we thought we were going to find something similar there, and yet there were these sheer, steep walls, straight down into the depths. In fact, there was one wall where on the map, we were right on the 1,000-meter depth contour. So that slope, well, it wasn't a slope at all. It was a wall that went directly from the surface right down to about 1,000 meters deep, just all in one go. And we thought what we were going to find was more of a flat surface, but it was a bit like this, a bit what we're seeing here. It was very scoured. It had lots of caves and holes and lots of life, fish everywhere. It was quite an amazing spot. So there's always surprises. You think you kind of know what you're going to expect, and sometimes you're right, but a lot of the time, like we said, this is, the marine environment's still so, it just has still so many surprises for us.
Yeah, we're going to persevere a little bit more here, Danny. It is pretty crumbly. We'll just see what we can do as far as getting a bit of rock. So we'll just be hanging around in this area for a little bit longer. Yeah, the guys here have got all kinds of tools to help them with their geology work. We've had everything from large circular drills, but I think the best solution here is just to get a good grab and twist and see what we can break off.
So it looks like that bit you had before got lost, did it?
Yeah, it did. It just crumbled, and all we had was a little bit of a veneer of the living coral on the outside. We'll just see what we can do with this. Sometimes it might be easier just to pull up a big piece and then we can break it off on board. We've done that, where we brought a big slab up the other dive and we're able to just chop it up on board the ship. It was a lot easier than trying to break it off down there.
Well, that piece looked a bit ambitious in terms of how much space there is.
Yeah, you should have seen our last dive. We also got a gigantic rock piece that we couldn't fit into any of the bio boxes, so we just slipped it between the bio boxes. And that was, I wasn't the one who had to touch it, but I'm sure that was extremely heavy.
Yeah, it was fascinating. I mean, it was a really nice big chunk of what we think is limestone coral pulled out from around about probably 800 meters down. So this, for me, this has been the biggest discovery in this Cape York region, is that all these detached reefs are on this huge ledge of limestone carbonate down at around 600 to 800 meters depth. Very broad. I mean, it's probably a good 200 kilometers north to south and probably about 15 to 20 kilometers wide. It's old limestone rock, so probably Miocene. It's rock solid, very, very hard, very old and weathered looking. It looks like it's been carved through water channels, leaving like waterfall landscape. We've been finding it all the way along these detached reefs. We took a big chunk the other day and take out the bungee cords to strap it onto the SuBastian. When we actually got it on board, it was fascinating. All of the marine life, the old marine life, like old solitary corals, these are deep water corals that had coated the entire surface. So, there was a lot of old fossil corals attached to it, as well as the rock itself. So we've now preserved that rock. We'll be able to do age dating with it and the composition, help us understand how this remarkable underwater landscape came to be. No one's really described older Miocene landscape at the northern Great Barrier Reef, one that's deeper, living deeper and below the modern Great Barrier Reef.
It's also pretty fascinating how it seems to me, I'm not a geologist, so I might have this wrong, but it seems to me that the sort of the geological character of the Great Barrier Reef is different from north to south. Is that right? Can you comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely, Danny. So if you think of Australian plate breaking up from Antarctica, and around about 40 million years ago, as part of that whole breakup of Gondwana, and then it was much closer to the poles, and Australian plate is moving in a northeast direction at about 9 centimeters a year. So it's one of the fastest moving continental plates on Earth, even now. So where you are now, you will be 9 centimeters further north next year. So this has been happening since about 40 million years ago. But through all that long, slow transport northwards, the Australian plate finally made its way into tropical waters about 20 million years. So that was the first time coral reefs developed. This is the Miocene period, when first tropical carbonates appeared, and that was in the northern part of the Great Barrier Reef, where we are now. So this area has had the longest time to develop coral reefs, but also the longest time to erode them. We're talking about a long geological past. It takes time for that southern Great Barrier Reef to migrate up into those warmer waters. So it just makes sense, of course, that where we are now had a longer coral reef development than in the southern GBR, and that helps speak to the shape and position of the Great Barrier Reef as it is today, being 3,500 kilometres long. What's really remarkable is here we are having an expedition to the far northern Great Barrier Reef, really for the first time. In fact, the southern Great Barrier Reef is probably better studied than the north, just simply because it's closer to where people live. But up here in the northern Great Barrier Reef, there are very, very few. On the original proposal, we talked about Cape York being a frontier zone, and it still is considered a frontier zone by Australians. You know, they talk about going to the tip of Cape York. Got to be bold to go to the tip of Cape York, and likewise, I think you've got to be pretty bold to run a big expedition up here.
Yeah, wow, that does make a lot of sense. I mean, we see that in the shallows as well. I was struck recently. I was on an AIMS trip. I've been doing some of their long-term monitoring program work, and we were down in the Capricorn Bunker group and the Swains group of reefs, and and also I've been involved in long-term surveys of the Keppel Islands, and it just struck me how the rock at the base of the living coral is quite flat, and so you get this much closer relationship between the living coral and the fish when we look at the relationships between the habitat and the fish, and whereas up further north, even just at the level of maybe the Palm Islands or the Whitsunday Islands, even the underlying structure is much more complex, and so if the corals die there, the fish still have complex habitat to live in, whereas if the corals die further south, it tends to have a much more immediate impact on the fish community, and it looks like you might have success.
Yeah, that's very true, Danny, what you say, because I've been to Orpheus Island a couple times, and what struck me, and we've actually spoken about what you've just said, was that we've been to certain reefs where it was at least 50% dead. Most of the corals were not there, overgrown with algae, but you know, you still got this abundance of life there, and you still got plenty of reef fish that were still living there. We still found sharks, and we were all just surprised because we thought, well, if this reef is half dead, why is it still so lively? And I guess, yeah, that explains it so well.
Yeah, you do get a lag effect too, which is tricky because currently there's such a quick cycle of disturbances like floods and cyclones and bleaching events and recovery. It's much quicker than before. They did an analysis where they found that, you know, historically we would have expected perhaps a bleaching event or a cyclone or something severe like that to come every 25 or 30 years, and now it's on average every 6 years or less. So reefs have much less time to recover. And I mean, you know, from what I've read about deeper areas, it's even slower to recover. So anything that gets damaged in very deep areas by trawling or by mining, deep sea mining, you know, I have read things that say they just forget it. They're never going to recover again. Those sort of large scale, you know, damaged areas.
Yeah, that's right, Danny. I mean, these cold water corals that we've investigated, so below the photic zone, they're very slow growing. You know, we're getting some papers talking about them being hundreds of years old to develop. So if you damage them, it's you know, they just don't bounce back like the shallow water corals. So some colleagues down in CSIRO down in Hobart, Alan Williams and the like, have done some studies where they've gone back to Tasmanian seamounts, some really prominent extinct volcanic environments south of Tasmania, to look at places that were trawled decades earlier for fish, still bulldozed and have never recovered. So I guess as you put eyes on the seafloor now, we're starting to wake up to the damage that wholesale trolling does across the seafloor. All right, we're starting to move up again now, Danny. So it's becoming busier and busier. It's 120 meters, 25 degrees C, very comfortable swimming temperature. Getting closer to your zone now, Danny.
You're going to laugh at me, Rob, but in this temperature, I would still be wearing my very thick wetsuit. I'm always the one in the thickest wetsuit. So yeah, I'd still be shivering.
Yeah, same here. Anything below 29 degrees, I get cold, so I can totally agree.
There's the
I
inset
guess
view.
it's the thing when you're. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying there's the inset view looking down. The slope obviously is almost vertical here. But go ahead there, Danny.
No, that's okay. It was just more chit chat about getting cold because I guess when we're working, we don't have the option of just getting out when we've had enough. Got to get done with what you're doing. But yeah, that looks like a steep wall, doesn't it? And just the way that things are carved into it is just creating so many nooks and crannies for life to cling to and things to live in. Somebody was mentioning on the chat, on the YouTube chat, that there seems to be gobies swimming around. I should have my eyes out for the fish, but I have had my eyes out for the fish, but I'm sort of having this experience where I look at the fish and I'm like, oh, a fish. Oh, I don't know what that is. So it's both, sort of exciting and humbling at the
Danny, I don't know if you're watching earlier on, we came across a bobtail squid, exquisite. I mean, probably only 2 centimeters long, just drifting over the seafloor. It was a bit further down, but, we're talking about temperature. Like your background is, you're from Switzerland, aren't you? Used to swimming in those Swiss lakes?
Oh, now you're giving it away. So, yeah, my upbringing has been very varied. I spent a lot of my younger years in Syria, actually. So there's my warm-bloodedness right there. But yeah, the last 8 years before I came to Australia, I lived in Switzerland and I did all my high school there. And yes, indeed, I used to swim in the lakes in the winter and break some ice so I could go for a swim. So I have no excuses except that I've been here for quite a long time now. And I think, during my PhD, I just did these 3-hour dives in very shallow waters, being completely static and looking at fish behavior. And in the winter here, and I think that it just dropped my core body temperature forever.
Yeah, that's funny. You've escaped that cold. I'm married to a girl from West Yorkshire, and she learned to swim in flooded quarries and the like in West Yorkshire of England. It doesn't sound very enticing. So anyway, she's made a home in hands now, but yeah, I still wear a wetsuit, and this is pretty.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is more Tom Bridges territory, I guess, all these corals.
Yeah, and it's really fascinating because when you look at it, you wouldn't expect it to be that big, but then you actually notice the lasers and you realize it must be about almost a meter, and it's if you compare it to, I guess, some of the ones we saw last time, those were just bigger than any sea fan I've ever seen in my life. So it's hard to grasp, I think, how big it is in real life looking at it on a screen right now. But yeah, it's wonderful.
I guess down here with not much sort of wave action and those sort of, more turbulent disturbances, these things can grow very big and delicate. Although, I'm sort of showing my ignorance here, but perhaps these do get quite strong currents sometimes. I mean, that's what sea fans usually sort of, I know that when you're diving in the shallows and you come across a wall with lots of sea fans and crinoids, you're like, uh-oh, here comes the current.
No, you're spot on there, Danny. So we're on Wishbone Reef, and if you look at Wreck Bay, this big circular shaped bay, Wishbone is the very northern arm of it, basically enclosing the bay. And what we've noticed is that there is a northerly ocean current. This is called the Hiri current or current. We think that it actually angles into the bay, and it does this counterclockwise loop within the bay. So we're at the very northern, sort of that northern arm of that section of the current as it sweeps in, and we got about a 0.6 of a knot current this morning with our ADCP sonar, which we set up as soon as we do a dive, the ROV in the water. So there is definitely current here. It's just not super strong, but these fan corals that sort of indicate there's enough water movement to bring enough food in. Oh, big fan corals starting to pop into view now.
I'm actually speaking to Jeremy at the moment, and I was wondering, is it possible if we collect one of the yellow sea fans? Do we have space in the bio box for that? I know we've collected quite a lot of samples today, but you know, everything is just so exciting we can't help ourselves.
It's also seahorse country, so pygmy seahorse country. So we want to keep an eye out for that. Oh, we've got some fish coming into view down the bottom. Far to ID at the moment.
Is this just sediment that's been stirred up, or is there quite a lot of marine snow?
Yeah, I think this is marine snow there, Danny, because there's quite powerful propellers on the ROV, but I don't think that's what we're seeing here. This is just marine snow falling through the water column. We're just reaching out to our other principal investigators ashore to get some input from them about sampling of soft corals, in particular Tom Bridge, he's the curator of corals at the Museum of Tropical Queensland, Townsville. So just getting some communication ashore as to what we need to do in this for sampling here.
This technology is just so great, the way we can all connect like this and send it all out just for everyone to see. But I was just wanting to talk a bit more about the Hiri current that you were talking about. Is that the northern arm of where the south equatorial current comes in from the Pacific or through the Coral Sea from the east and then splits north and south as it hits the continental shelf in Australia and then becomes the EAC to the south, and then it's the Hiri current to the north, isn't it? I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah, that's right, Danny. You're exactly right there. So that the current splits just about north of Cairns. The southward flowing current, which is the bulk of the water mass, comes the EAC. Now, we've experienced this coming up along the outside edge of the Great Barrier Reef. You're pushing into nearly a knot or a knot and a half of current, but there's a smaller arm that splits, and some people call it the Coral Sea countercurrent or the Hiri current, and we've been working in it. It's a very slow moving current. We've measured at about 0.6 of a knot, and it basically it's up along that far northern Great Barrier Reef to that Torres Strait region, and then it just does a slow clockwise eddy around the southern part of Papua New Guinea before it kind of joins up with all of those other deep ocean currents. But that's what we're in at the moment.
Yeah, I remember writing about that in the big Coral Sea Review in 2013. I think were you an author on that as well?
Yeah, that's right. We're just trying to. I was just trying to make some guesses to what the seafloor looked like in the on the Queensland Plateau and the Coral Sea Marine Park. But of course, now with all of the Falkor mapping that's happened in the last 6 months or so, it's just been a complete step change to what we knew about the topography and the Coral Sea Marine Park. But Danny, I'm not sure if you knew that leg 3 of this expedition, after it leaves Cairns, is heading down to the Swain Reefs, the southern Great Barrier Reef, and then it's pushing back out into the Coral Sea Marine Park. The aim is to do some mapping around the Tasmantid seamounts, and these are these very isolated oceanic atolls. We're talking Hendricks, Cato, Wreck, and Ken reefs on the very far eastern side of the Coral Sea Marine Park before it heads back to Brisbane. We won't have the ROV team on board, unfortunately, so no more ROV dives. There'll be a lot more mapping, and we're even trying to arrange with Parks Australia to actually go and visit the islands and do some vegetation surveys, seabird surveys at those islands. So we're just trying to line that up at the moment, Australia.
Yeah, I did hear you talking about that, and in fact, those were we surveyed all of those reefs, the shallow parts of the reefs, 3 years in a row now. So this year was the last time they were surveyed in the last 3 years, and we went all the way out to Mellish Reef, which sits right out on the eastern edge of the Australian exclusive economic zone. It's, in fact, I think it's smack halfway between Australia and New Caledonia, and but yeah, so those southern reefs are really, really, really different from the northern Coral Sea and the northern Great Barrier Reef, and they're quite unique. So it's a shame there's not going to be any ROV dives. But yeah, it'd be cool to have that sort of whole transect, not just the shallow reefs, but the land, vegetation on the land, and then the deeper mapping. But yeah, I mean, given how much more we know now about the Coral Sea, we need to write that review again, I think.
Yeah, I agree, Danny. I mean, it's just a huge increase in knowledge compared to what we knew even 5 years ago. What with all those systematic shallow water surveys you've been doing, and all of this deep water mapping, and of course all the marine life that's living down there. Like that first expedition, I think we planned 4 ROV dives and we ended up doing 14. But, you know, here we are now. We're at the foot. This is, you know, birthday day for SuBastian. It's the 400th dive. Every dive is a unique number. In this way, they keep track of, you know, which dive is what. But if much work this SuBastian has done all around the world, it's quite amazing. Very lucky to have it here in Great Barrier Reef and Coral Sea, well, since April this year.
So just remind me, it got stuck in Australia because of COVID, is that right?
Not quite. The Schmidt Ocean Institute had committed the Falkor for a whole year of expeditions. It was a slow circumnavigation of Australia and clockwise, and so they arrived in Australia in about January of this year in Sydney, and then worked their way along the southern coast, southwest Western Australia, where they started doing all that work in the Bremer Canyon, and then up to Perth, and then Ingaloo Canyon north of Perth. That's when COVID struck, and all of the expeditions that have been lined up, including with the Australian Institute of Marine Science up in the northern part of Australia, so north of Darwin, Broome, up in the Timor and Arafura seas, that all those expeditions were cancelled. So then it became kind of stuck. It was always going to stay in Australian waters, but you know, that whole schedule of expeditions that had been lined up well over a year ago, you know, were cancelled. And so here we have it now. We've had the Falkor. This is our 3rd expedition in the Great Barrier Reef. And so, well, we just have to take these opportunities when we get them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you've really done so well. You've surely made the most of it, because it's been an incredibly productive time for this area of Australian waters, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And we have to, from here, the ship has to head south back to Brisbane. It's going to be sort of home ported down November, December, down in that part of Queensland. It has to stay in Queensland waters due to border restrictions and the like. But it's also not a really good time of year to be up in the far northern tropics as summer approaches, because we're getting into cyclone season and not the best place to be doing scientific research in the open ocean. So the aim is to bring the Falkor south again, and perhaps we may get another opportunity to do work with the Falkor through November, December. So there's a lot of discussion going on at the moment, but one thing's for sure, the ROV team needs a break. Here, who's currently controls, has been on board all year. It's been quite an effort for everyone. Break.
Yeah, I bet. They've been working so hard, and I guess the kind of work is really particular because you are out at sea, and I've heard people talking about the weather, but then also talking about how when you're in the control room, you're just indoors, you're inside an enclosed space, and you're not really getting the opportunity to actually be out at sea or experience the being out at sea as much as one would think.
No, that's a very fair point. I think I realized a couple of days ago that I hadn't actually been outside in almost a week, and it was just a weird realization for me, and I kind of forced myself to go outside and didn't even realize how humid and hot it was outside, because we are inside most of the time in the dark, or the boat is actually quite cold because we always have the aircon on, so you really don't feel like it. Sometimes you do feel like you're inside, which I obviously am not complaining, especially when you're in a control room like this. You do feel almost like you're in a submarine, if anything. So
yeah, and the control room does feel a bit like a submarine. It's all dark here, but we have an entire wall of, I think there's over 30 large screens in here. And we got 2, 4, 6, 8, we got about 10 people in here at the moment. So yeah, no, it's a very interesting place. I would say it feels a bit like being on the space shuttle. But what I like doing there, Danny, is just going up onto the bridge. The guys are looking out all the time, keeping the ship safe. Just spending time up on the bridge, looking out through the windows and watching the world go by. So being up in Wreck Bay where we are, we're almost completely enclosed by wide reef fringed bay. Quite nice to look at.
yeah, so thanks for collecting that, guys. Apparently, according to Jeremy, it's the first sample of this black coral that we've collected in the Coral Sea, so it's another first for us.
I heard
Danny?
you talking to Bob. Yeah, go ahead.
Danny, we got Tom Bridge. He's going to try and join us. Tom's also in Townsville, where you are. I assume you're over at Magnetic Island. Is that right, Danny?
Yeah, that's right. I'm on the island in my little home office.
All right, we're going to try and get Tom Bridge to join us. Tom's the curator of corals at the Museum of Tropical Queensland, and of course he's a world expert on this mesophotic twilight zone. So we'll see if we can get Tom to join us. So everyone just bear with us here while we get the audio set up. So we're just at 93 meters here, still very steep, getting very busy on the walls. It's 25.7 degrees C, so maybe still wetsuit temperature for you, Danny, but I'd love to go and have a swim in this right now. We're really close to the reef. It's probably only about 50 meters away from where the ship is just currently hovering. Just trying to bring Tom Bridge in to join us, which is his zone. I guess we'll probably try and get up into this photic zone where the Leptoceras, or these deep water scleractinian corals, start to pop out. So we've just turned the lights off here. This is the ambient light down there, twilight zone. For our eyes, of course, it's got the blue colour. But, you know, there's really interesting science around animals see in this kind of light. You can see the lasers, the 10 centimetre wide lasers in the centre.
Fantastic, thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Danny. So don't leave us yet, please, Danny. We're just adjusting the white balance. Tom, do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sure. I'm Dr. Tom Bridge. I'm the Senior Curator of Corals at the Queensland Museum, based at the Museum of Tropical Queensland in Townsville, and I'm also a Senior Research Fellow at the ARC Centre of Excellence for Coral Reef Studies at James Cook University.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. And you're in Townsville. You're not far from where Danny is. It just seems ironic that both of you are there. We do have investigators all over Australia and even overseas. But anyway, great to have you joining us.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, everyone knows that Townsville's the epicentre of the marine biology universe.
Hey, Tom, I don't know if you've been following us. So we've been up a fairly steep wall. It looks like it's just starting to flatten out a little bit, just here at about 60, 70 metres. So it's just happened then. We've got lots of fan corals starting to pop out. It's 25 degrees C, and we're just going to be kind of hanging around here and seeing what we can find. So this inset view is showing the mapping that's been done around Wishbone Reef. Wishbone Reef is this very prominent northern side of Wreck Bay that where we've been mapping in the last 24 hours, climbing up the steep walls, steep flanks of this reef all day, and we're just probably only 50 metres off the edge of the reef at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Rob. I have been quite lucky today that I've been able to watch almost the entire ROV dive. Had a few other things going on, but have been able to have it on the screen, which has been good. So yeah, wow, look at this. This is, I guess, this ledge we've seen before on a lot of these northern reefs. You know, presumably a low sea level feature, but a lot of these at about 70 metres before it really starts to plunge into quite great depths. Quite interesting, though, not a lot of corals from what we can see compared to what we've seen at some of the other reefs we've been to. I can see the odd little coral, lots of big gorgonians, but lots of algae and things like that as well. Not many hard corals. So yeah, anyway, it's quite interesting. And I guess one of the interesting things has been how much variability we've seen in terms of the communities on the mesophotic reefs that we've seen on this trip, and also in the previous one in the Coral Sea. It's very much a very heterogeneous habitat among different places. Yeah, we haven't done a lot of work comparing different communities in mesophotic reefs around Australia, and the last few months has really, you know, just increased our understanding of these systems by, you know, orders of magnitude. And it's been quite interesting for me to just see how variable these systems are in different places.
Yeah, there seems quite a lot of cover of algae. That's unusual, isn't it?
Sorry, can you just repeat that, Danny?
There seems an unusually high cover of algae of the types. Is that unusual? I mean, I'm saying unusually because of what I've seen, which is not nearly as much as you've seen in this depth zone, but I'm just curious about it.
Yeah, look, we've seen it in different places. I remember, you know, even going back to my PhD in 2007, there was a lot of algae and not a lot of corals on these features like this one off the front of the ribbon reefs. But then it was quite different in all the other reefs further to the south. So, yeah, I guess I still don't know enough to really be able to give you any sort of definitive answer on it. But yeah, look, there is a lot of corals. Sometimes we see a lot of halimeda and things like that in these sorts of systems. We're not really seeing that here. Can we just have a zoom in on some of these white, sort of very skinny white things, for want of a better term, to have a look at what they are? That's all right. Yeah, but we don't know. There certainly doesn't seem to be a lot of coral, and even compared to the dive we did a couple of days ago, a lot less octocorals as well at this particular site.
We were just saying earlier how in every dive we tend to see something new and or cool, and here in these depths and further down even more so, everything is sort of surprising, or like we have less expectations about what we think we might see or what we think we should be seeing, and so I think we're just still just discovering stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess that's what really appealed to me about, even when I started doing my PhD in the mesophotic, you know, the opportunity came up, and I really, you know, that we really don't know what's there. I mean, you almost feel like you're, you know, a Victorian era explorer again, that you've seen these places for the first time. So it's a really exciting sort of way to go about these things. So can we, I'm just going to intro it again. We did get a little look at some of these things. There's a few, we've just gone past them, these small white, I just wonder what they are. Can we have a close zoom in on some of these things? We might even need to collect one. So a lot of this sort of stuff, Danny, you know, it almost looks like a seriatop or a coral, but it's very white.
I was going to say that, but I'm so unfamiliar with things down here that I thought, oh, no, I better shut up and let Tom check out.
Yeah, no. No one knows what anything is down here. So can we possibly collect that? I don't know what it is. It's possible it's an algae as well, but we do see a lot of stuff like this in some places. And the problem is trying to work out what it is. You often need to see things very closely, and we, you know, even from pretty good quality images, it's very hard to tell what a lot of these things are. And if it is Ceratopora and it's white, that would be interesting as well. I imagine it will be super fragile, so hopefully it won't take much to get it off the bottom. It probably won't take much to crush it into a million pieces either. So let's see how we go.
Yeah, I think from a closer look, you can see the tissue, so it definitely is a hard coral. But yeah, if we can take this, definitely, I think that would be great.
Yeah, well, it does look like Ceratopora, doesn't it? But I mean, to see it white is quite interesting. I mean, we do see some corals that look a bit like this down here from time to time at depths. You know, we sort of say they bleach. I wouldn't expect them to be bleached in October. Maybe they're just white. I have no idea.
No, it's interesting. I mean, it's probably, you know, bleaching aside, but they're not bleaching aside, actually. I was going to talk about bleaching, but these corals aside, but there are actually corals here around Magnetic Island that are still bleached from February. And I was talking about this with a coral biologist friend who said, well, there's probably enough stuff in the water that they can just stay alive and stay bleached and not bother with symbionts at this point, because they've got so much food that they can catch. So I wonder whether there's less need of symbionts down here as well. Is that a thing you've encountered?
Yeah, I guess, you know, I'm probably not quite the right person to ask, but in terms of the physiology, but yeah, I mean, it's possible, I guess. It's quite possible. You would imagine that these guys are not anywhere near as reliant on symbionts, obviously, as corals in the shallows. Yeah, well, look, it's just, I mean, it's got all the characteristics of being Ceratopora, doesn't it? So even right down to the fact that you touch it and it crumbles. So yeah, one of the things, I guess, that I've seen, what you're reporting for Maggie is quite interesting, Danny, because I've seen similar things in other places as well, where, you know, the conventional sort of theory with bleaching is that corals bleach and then they, you know, if they don't recover their symbionts, they starve. But we sort of know a lot about bleaching. We're learning a lot more after, you know, some of the recent bleaching events on the GBR, that there's a lot of other processes going on, and things like cell death and how that affects, you know, recovery potential. So in 2016, for example, we saw that a lot of corals weren't dying of starvation. They were dying because their cells were dying because it was too hot. So there was sort of no opportunities for them to recover symbionts. And I've wondered as well, we often see that with corals down deep will bleach, and then they'll just kind of stay bleached for months, and then eventually they kind of get better or not. So I do wonder whether there's a lot more going on in terms of, all right, they bleach because it's too hot, even if it's the similar temperature to what it is in the shallows, but because of the light levels down there being much lower, you're not getting the same extent of tissue damage that you would be seeing in the shallows. So, you know, maybe that's going on. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I mean, here inshore on Maggie, it's there's also a light issue, right? Because it's so turbid. So a lot of the corals are very well adapted to darker conditions. I mean, not like down here, but so often what stresses them out is when it's very calm and the sediment is small. And
sorry, round of applause.
Yeah, look.
Sorry, go ahead, Danny. Sorry, keep going, Danny. Sorry, I interrupted.
That's right. No, yeah. So you do get this much darker adapted coral community, and then it gets very stressed out when it gets more light. But it seems to be able to handle a lot, including staying bleached for some length of time. So maybe there are similar things going on down here because things are adapted to the dark.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's quite likely, and you know, we've seen there's been some work on the turbid bays in Palau as well, potentially similar things. So really, that, I guess, that interaction between the capacity for corals to sustain themselves with heterotrophic energy sources, and you know, the decreased cellular damage caused by, you know, we really see, I mean, you would have seen as much as anyone down in the Coral Sea, and we see in a lot of these really clear oceanic habitats that when they do get bleached, they just get fried out in these clear waters. Whereas in a lot of these more turbid places, we tend to see bleaching a lot more patchy. So I think there really is something in that interaction between cellular damage and heterotrophy, and that is really influencing not even just so much the bleaching incidents, but then the subsequent mortality and the capacity for corals to recover. That we haven't really got a good handle on at the moment. But as I said, I'm not the expert in bleaching, but just trying to look at it, especially from the perspective of mesophotic corals. Really interesting questions.
I mean, I'm curious even about the any sort of reliance of corals down here on symbionts at all, given the lack of light. Yeah,
they're amazing, especially, you know, once you're getting down to depths of what we saw in the Coral Sea. You know, corals growing in 140 meters, and by the time you're in 110, 120, there wasn't just a few corals. There was lots and lots of corals. So yeah, you know, Leptocerus, lots and lots of corals in terms of, I guess, diversity. Sorry, lots and lots of corals in terms of numbers, not so much in terms of diversity. I'm still getting distracted by watching the screen. But yeah, I guess, you know, Leptocerus in particular, it's not the only clade not the only group that lives down there, but very dominant. So trying to see that, you know, what it is that they do. I know Sam Kang in Hawaii has done some interesting work on that question. And, you know, even down to the extent that their skeletal sort of architecture and microstructure scatters light, so it becomes more efficient, almost like a prism, to increase the wavelength that might be useful for photosynthesis, even though it's such a tiny fraction of light. So, yeah, wow.
Wow, that is really cool.
It is. It is. As I said, it's certainly getting out of my expertise, but it's quite extraordinary to see. Wow.
Familiar things. My screen's a bit blurry, but I see fish. I'm excited. 28 meters.
Yeah, fish are cool. I like fish. They're very interesting.
Oh, here we go. Fish versus corals. There they are. I'm tempted
I like fish,
to count them, but I won't. It's very nice to be able to look at them without having to count them at a million miles an hour when they're swimming by.
Indeed.
Are those Moorish idols? I can't actually see them very well. It's a bit fuzzy on the Zoom screen.
Does look like there's some up there.
Yeah, there they are.
Yes.
And
yeah.
Acantherus thompsoni, I think.
Yeah, those sort of planktivorous surgeonfish seem to be super common in these mesophotic habitats, especially these reefs at sort of, you know, between about sort of 40 and 60, 70 metres, especially on submerged reefs. I've often seen these big schools of those guys. It's often hard to tell them apart. I remember trying to ask Andy Hoey about what they are when I was looking at them during my PhD, and you know, you would know far more about this, but they seem to change colour a lot, and they're kind of brown, and there's a bunch of species that look very similar, which makes it difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to you have to look for the little yellow line just behind the eye, things like that.
Yeah, try doing that in an ROV footage with no light.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's not like
Danny,
corals.
it's Marty here. We're at 25. We're at 25 meters. This is the shallowest that ROV SuBastian has ever been, ever, on this 400th dive.
I was going to say, is it not cooking yet?
Well done.
It's okay at the moment, but okay for now. I don't know for how much
We
longer.
can go along this wall. We don't need to go further up if you want. We can go along.
The guys are up for the challenge today, Tom.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm up for it. So are those disc-shaped things sponges, or are they like big discs of Halimeda?
Definitely looking like Halimeda on the walls here at the moment.
Oh yeah, they're clear now. I'm just getting these fuzzy moments on the Zoom screen.
It looks like there's some small octocorals hanging on the wall too, though, doesn't there?
Yes.
Quite a different habitat to, I guess, what I was expecting at this depth. Don't really know why. Probably should be expecting this, given that that's what the front of these ribbon reefs often looks like. But yeah, wow.
Yeah, actually, this is familiar from some of the dives at about this depth that we did on some of the sheltered or semi-sheltered sides of the coral sea reefs, where we had these steep and almost undercut walls with curtains and carpets of Halimeda of different types, of different species of Halimeda, just like a carpet, and not a lot of fish.
Mm. Yeah, I recall seeing very similar things at Holmes Reef, and also in some of the atolls in Micronesia. You see that habitat, those real Halimeda, just exactly as you say, these drapes of Halimeda curtains, which is, yeah, super interesting.
That's soft
14 metres.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, some sarcophyton, I believe, was still
Someone on
at that point.
someone on YouTube is saying dive 400 takes it to the limit.
Yeah. Indeed, everyone wants to go deeper, and we're like, no, go to shallowest we've ever been.
And I'm a shallow water biologist, so I'm like, no, go deep. Let's go see the weird stuff down there.
Yeah, I must say it was quite interesting looking at the dive earlier. There was a lot of the rocks were very much very sediment covered, very smooth. It was sort of an unusual looking habitat for what we've seen. Do I even see some waves at the top of the ROV picture here? Bet you haven't seen that before,
this is another Falkor first.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is snorkeling depth.
Wow, look at that. There's the top. We should collect some of these, one of these cropper that only occur on the shallow outer shelf reefs, like one of the Monticulosa type ones, just to show we got this 3.5 ton ROV, and we're going to go collect corals on the reef crest.
Should plant the flag up on the crest.
Yeah, I think we need to break out the flag. I was just up on the bridge chatting with Phil, the master, and I'm going, oh my God, are they really that shallow? I mean, it is, you can see the reef. It's just about 50 or 100 metres away from us.
So you can probably see the SuBastian from the top of the ship now.
Yeah, the girls just ducked out to see if they could see it from the back deck. A nice view looking downwards, though.
Looks like there's a fair bit of coral there from the looks of things here. We know this area was quite badly affected by the bleaching in 2016. I've seen some photos from Mantis Reef, which I'd been to before the bleaching. Mantis being just on the southern side of Wreck Bay, whereas we're just on the northern side here.
Yeah, that's right.
Mantis is quite interesting.
about 12 kilometres from where we are now, just across the mouth of the bay.
Yeah, we're seeing some nice big varieties and things like that around. I did see the flag. I've had no volume on most of the days. I've been in other things, but I did see the flag. But perhaps we can, you guys can give us a bit of a story about the flag. Like, how do we come up with this?
Well, it's Sebastian's 400th dive today, as we've been talking about, and the flag was made a couple of days ago by, I think, did Alex make the flag? Edwin or Alex? Yeah, I think Alex, one of the fitters in the engineering team, made the flag, and everyone on board has signed the flag to commemorate this 400th dive for ROV SuBastian. Never did I expect that we'd be planting the flag 6 metres below sea level today.
Look at the fish, the squirrelfish staring up going, what on earth is that? Yeah, so 400 dives since 2016. I think the first one was in Guam.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, what a great image. Sorry, Rob.
Yeah, we're just trying to find a stable point for it.
Oh, we just saw on the screen though, we just had a shot from the bridge, and I was just commenting on what a great photo it was.
And you have a look at the bio boxes, they've got a happy 400th on there as well.
Yeah,
Nice.
I did notice that.
Look at that steep wall as well. That's an amazing drop off.
Yeah, that wall has been sheer vertical for about 300 metres. It's been really remarkable.
Perhaps one day, sorry, I've just been speculating about this for years now, but these very steep walls, particularly where you have a lot of caves at this 150 metres or so, it'd be great to have a look for coelacanths. I suspect that this, it's not unlikely that we'd find them in these sorts of habitats. We know we find them in Indonesia. They've recently been found by Mark Erdman in Raja Ampat. And so, if you think about the paleo shorelines of Australia, that sort of area of Raja Ampat would have been connected to Australia not that long ago. I mean, the long way around, you have to go around the whole top north coast of New Guinea. And this just strikes me, if we're going to find them anywhere in northern Australia, it's probably as good a spot as anywhere. So maybe in future we can have a look at a few of those caves. It'd be amazing to see something like that.
Yeah, Tom, it's funny you mentioned that because we're at Tideman Knoll, which is around, the top of it was at 350 metres, and there were all these little caves there, and there's this big school of fairly large groper hanging around there, and I remarked, gee, this looks like prime coelacanth habitat. That wasn't the best spot. We're trying to find another, just trying to twist this flag around here.
Could have sampled that coral while we were grabbing it. Isophora. I did see all the silver tips before. Quite interested in the SuBastian.
Yeah, that was my first view when I came in. What a treat. It's always a treat to see them underwater diving.
Yeah, indeed. They can be very curious. Saying, I think in the book here, sorry, in the book in the window here, that there's a dive site in the far northern Great Barrier Reef on the north side of Mantis, which they often call Silver City. due to the number of silvertips, but clearly that's not the only part of this area where there's lots of those things. There's a lot of them around, and which is great to see. And this bay, Wreck Bay, I remember being up here almost 10 years ago now, and there was also quite a large number of whale sharks in this bay. It's obviously, you know, quite an interesting place. The mapping has really showed that. And there was, literally dozens of them swimming around on this particular trip. I remember there being northerlies blowing, and the surface of the water was filled with plankton, a lot of them quite stingy, and which was not great fun for diving, but I'm assuming that's what was bringing the whale sharks in. So yeah, really interesting that this is the sort of place where you'd see these. So keep an eye out, Falkor guys.
Yeah, we are, Tom. So I've got involved with Adam Barnett at James Cook Uni. He organised that whale shark expedition in December last year. I didn't join it myself, but I contributed some funds to help pay for spotter aircraft flying out of Lockhart River, which is the closest airport to here, and they were using the spotter aircraft to find those whale sharks, and I think they got they saw a dozen or more, and they satellite tagged about half a dozen.
Yeah, I think we often think about, places like Ningaloo, where there, obviously there's a lot of whale sharks there, and very reliable and enough to get a tourism industry around it. But it also just shows how remote the northern Great Barrier Reef is. I mean, there's these huge areas. No one lives near here at all. So there's probably so much about these reefs, particularly the outside of the reef, that we still just have no idea about. It's really a remote, really still very much a wilderness up here. There's no people, not much goes on up here. So it's really exciting to have the opportunity to go up and explore these far northern reefs.
We're just going to pick up the flag here. We all signed it, so we can get a record of the 400th dive. We're very fortunate to have it in here in Australia. So we'll be picking it up shortly. We probably can't linger here too long. The internal temperature starts rising too much. There's so much electrics and hydraulics inside SuBastian that can start warming up pretty quick. Well done, guys.
Of course, it's not like the moon. We can't plant our flag and leave it there. We're in the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park and World Heritage Area, so we'll need to bring the 400 flag home with us again, back on board. But it was really fantastic to have everyone on shore, all the regular ROV dive viewers and participants on YouTube and Facebook watching the live stream. We're going to have to call the end of the dive in the next few minutes, and that's it for another day with ROV SuBastian, RV Falkor. It's really wonderful to have you all with us again today for this 400th dive, and a lovely view of a silhouette of some fish in the background there at the surface as we just finish up the final few minutes of this dive.
Yes, snub-nosed dart, Danny?
It's great to have yourself, Tom, and Daniela Ciccarelli from Townsville joining us in audio. That's what are we? Is our 8th dive for this expedition, the northern depths of the Great Barrier Reef, and from here on we have thinking perhaps only 2 more dives left of the SuBastian, and then we will be completing 2 here back in Cairns in just over a week's time. Off another adventure, taking the Falkor south and out into the Coral Sea Marine Park. Marty, today, what was your highlight?
Oh, putting me on the spot now. Gosh. I'm pretty stoked about that coral sample that we got really early on in the beginning on that pinnacle at the base. Sorry, everyone that's into the charismatic biology, but the rock was the highlight for me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, to see a bit of framework coral so far down and exposed on the rock was pretty good. I thought the little bobtail squid, tiny little bobtail squid at the beginning, with just this translucency and the iridescence, that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, that was very cute. Great moment.
All right, so we'll wind it up here. So this is myself, Robin Beeman from James Cook Uni, and Marty McNeil from Queensland University Technology. We're wishing you all good evening, and we're signing off from the Falkor here within Wreck Bay on the far northern Great Barrier Reef, and hope you can join us at our next ROV dive. So this is Falkor signing off now, and good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks all.